Morning, welcome along to our little preview show here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It is Wednesday and it is Champions Week, and that means that the first player at finals night will be revealed at the end of today's session. Chris Mason and Henry Deacon are your commentary team for it. Henry, I'll start with you. Graham Hall has been top from start until the end of yesterday. Do you see him staying there?
Personally, no. I just think there's players, in the chasing pack that I think are going to make moves today. We had a look at the odds this morning, and I think 4 to 11, I think is quite short. When you consider the fact that there's players there form-wise yesterday who was really banging. I mean, Graham Usher put something like 9 points on his average, but in terms of points in the league standings, got 2 less. And he's the type of player on a day like today you want to look at, come through the field and make a charge. Robert Owen again. A bit like Graham Usher yesterday, had a really good day on Monday in terms of averages, didn't get the points. They turned into points yesterday, and I think he's one of those players that if you have that first day and he doesn't take advantage, Tuesday, Wednesday, he'll come into his own. Are
you looking at one of those two to be the most likely to leapfrog Hall?
Yeah, well, Conan and Robert Owen both did what Graham did on the Monday, winning 4 out of 5. Graham Usher's level of play yesterday can't be ignored. You know, he averaged over 95 for the day yesterday, and again, didn't get rewarded in terms of points. If he replicates that today and finds those winning doubles, he could well leapfrog Graham Hall at the top.
You went through a similar situation last week, didn't you, where you had a day where you had the highest average of the group, and then the next day you did maybe get the results that your performance merited. So what's your advice to Graham?
I don't know, he's a better player than me. I wouldn't like to give him advice. I don't know, yeah, I did the same. I averaged 91 on day 1, and I think I picked up 2 wins, and then averaged over 91 again on day 2. And it just sort of levels itself out in the end, you know. Over the course of 3 days, usually the better player, or the player with the highest running average, it more or less comes out on top. But because this group is so evenly matched, it was a disappointing day yesterday for Lee Evans, and on Monday for the levels we know he can play at. He could well be like Chaz Barstow and become a spoiler. Both their opportunities of winning this group are gone. Mathematically, yes, we know it's still possible, but very, very unlikely. So Chaz Barstow, we know the level he can play at. He could come out and really spoil today. And he opens up his campaign. I think he's against Graham Hall, isn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Henry, you've been here as much as anybody over the start of the Super Series. Have you felt that the players have been feeling different this week?
You can tell what's at stake, and you mentioned yesterday that for every single one of the players in this group, this is their biggest payday in darts. For some of the players, this is probably the biggest week of their darting life, so naturally the feeling's going to change. And yeah, you can sense there was some tension, especially Monday. I think yesterday, I think the players settled into it, but I think this morning, the first couple of games, will be interesting to see whether someone goes out, makes a run for it, or there's a bit of twitchiness. I think today and tomorrow, I think you'll see some nervous darts because they know what's at stake.
Let's get a couple of predictions then. Henry, who is going to go through from this group for you?
Robert Owen.
Robert Owen for Henry, and Mace?
Usher or Hall. Although Conan Whitehead, again, he's another player that can play at a seriously high level. I mean, if Conan replicates what he did yesterday and wins 4 out of 5, he's going to be very, very close.
So quite a lot on that first match then between Usher and Conan Whitehead today. It all gets underway from 9:30 AM live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV. Do join us.
the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Hello, good morning and welcome along to what is a huge day of darts here at the MODUS Super Series. More than 120 players have battled it out over the last 12 weeks for the right to fight for the £20,000 first prize on finals night on Champions Week this Saturday. And by the end of today, one player will be just 4 games away from winning that prize. We're going to see how things lie in the Group A table after a couple of days, and the highlights from yesterday will be described by Henry Deacon.
Lee Evans had a day to forget on day 2. Just 1 win from 5 means his hopes of qualification are nearly over. Graham Usher got this 1-6-1 against Chaz Barstow. It'll be a case of darting deja vu after the 170 the day before. Conan Whitehead made a charge on day 2. He won 4 from 5. This 1-4-4 was one of his highlights. As for Graham Hall, it looked as if he was threatening to pull away with the group, but he was pegged back by his rivals alongside him. This 1-12. Not on his way against Graham Usher. As for Chaz Barstow, his hopes of qualification looks to be over. He's hoping to be a spoiler on day 3 here. And Robert Owen was the man on day 2, and he looks like the most likely threat to Graham Hall at the top of the table, thanks to efforts like this 140.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. In that last match there, probably the most significant result of the day. Robert Owen beating Graham Hall, keeping himself in contention, but just reeling in Hall a little bit for everybody else.
Exactly, yeah, keeping everybody else in the mix, wasn't it? It was a huge match in the context of how good today could possibly be, and I think we're going to have a thriller on our hands.
Yeah, well, Graham Hall is top of the table. We can take a look at that now and see who are the contenders. I think we can discount Chaz Barstow and Lee Evans from topping the group, can't we? But the other 4, it's very much game on. Yeah,
absolutely. Even down as far as Graham Usher, you know, you can have a big swing in some games, and he picks up a win. Graham Hall gets beat early, and then we've got a real big table on our hands, and it's going to go close. I can't see anybody stretching away, and I hate to say it, but I always do. It could all come down to leg difference yet again.
Conan Whitehead and Robert Owen both winning 4 out of 5 yesterday as well, but in very different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. It was Monday. Conan Whitehead missed a few doubles and lost a few games that maybe should have thought he could have got some out. But I think you picked it up yesterday that he won, what was it, 16 match starts against him and won every match. And that's what you need. You need a bit of luck. You know, that's just the nature of sport. You just need a little bit of rub now and again, and he got it yesterday. And if that continues, he could be right at the top of the table. But the one for me is Graham Usher, put in a massive amount of points on his average. Again, didn't get the reward, a bit like Conan on Monday.
Yeah, well, we can see that actually in graphic now. Graham Usher, I mean, his average for yesterday was sensational. He lost his first 3 matches. Yeah,
that's right up there with some of the best numbers we've seen over the course of a day. I mean, in his overall running average is absolutely class. I mean, the top 3 there are the top 3, and that's no surprise. Conan Whitehead, of course, had a poor day for him on Monday, but bounced back well yesterday. 88.93 for the day. And again, if he's anybody's around that kind of number, 90 plus, they're going to be a danger, and they're going to pick up points and potentially take points off the top, which is why I think I just can't see Barstow having another day like that, or Lee Evans.
It's tough going for those 2 so far. It looks like not only will they not make it to the top, but they'll probably be in Group C. Are they just trying to avoid you, Chris?
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt if any of them are trying to avoid me very much. Yeah, I think it's just the way it pans out. I mean, that's the beauty of this. You do get 2 bites of the cherry when you come in on the Monday, you either win it, which you hope, so you get the 2 days off. If you don't, then you're into Group B, which is a little bit easier because it's 3 from the 5, or you're back into Group C, which when you look at the names potentially in Group C is going to be super tough.
Yeah, it really is. We're going to see how it unfolds. This first match already has a lot of importance on it. Conan Whitehead on 12 points can go joint top. Graham Usher can join Conan on 12 points. He has beaten him in each of the last couple of days, so Whitehead out for a little bit of revenge, and Phil Barr's caught up with him this morning.
Final day of Group A here at Champions Week. Conan Whitehead, from a disappointing Monday to a brilliant Tuesday, you've played your way into contention.
Well, I'm not going to lie, yesterday I think I rode me luck a bit yesterday. I put myself in a few situations which I shouldn't have been in, like 3-1 down, 3-2 down, I'm missing doubles, then coming good in the end and nicking them, so yeah, I'm quite happy with that.
You must be really confident. I'd say, like, the table, Graham Hall was running away with it a little bit on the Monday, but now it's bunched up and you are firmly in that mix.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, I come here to get top 3 for the Thursday, now I'm looking at maybe possibly winning it. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Are you one that would like 2 days off, or would you like to continue playing all the way through?
I'd like 2 days off to go home to see my daughter, but at the same time, I don't think them 2 days do you any favours because you're still playing on the night session, ready for Saturday if you get through.
What's the plan for today, the plan of attack? Is it just to get as many points as possible, or are you pinpointing certain games to do it?
And never pinpoint any certain games because you don't know who's going to, how well the other's going to play. So just take it as it comes and hopefully do some damage.
Conan, all the very best today in the final day of Group A.
Cheers.
There we go then, Conan Whitehead looking to do some damage and maybe even win this group. Let's see if he can get off to a winning start. He faces Graham Usher, who's beating him the last couple of days. Can he get his revenge? Let's find out. Owen Binks, the referee, Chris Mason and Henry Deacon in commentary.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to the final day's action here in Group A at Champions Week. And we kick off with 2 players who'll be hoping to be in that chasing pack and hopefully at the end of the day at the top of Group A. Graham Usher, the 49-year-old from Scarborough, actually put 9 points on his average, but was 2 points worse off yesterday than he was on Monday up against Conan Whitehead, who won 4 of his 5 matches on day 2 to put himself in contention at the top of the group. He's 2 points behind Graham Hall. Usher 4 points behind. Owen Binks is the man who's going to oversee all of the action throughout the course of today. It's his final day of Champions Week before Charlie Corsafine enters the fray from tomorrow onwards. So we conclude Group A, and alongside me in the commentary box to describe all the frills, spills and drama to come is Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. And there is going to be a day of drama. I can just feel it in my water. Graham Hall, according to the bookies, is a shoo-in to win this Group A at 4-11. Robert Owen, an interesting 5-1. Conan Whitehead 9s. His opponent in this one 9s. Barstow 50s. Lee Evans 66s. They might as well be 666s.
121.
But this game is intriguing because despite the scoreline between the two, 8-2 in favour, a 4-0 win and a 4-2 win for Usher. There you go, 10-11 Conan, 4-5 Graham Usher.
123.
As you mentioned, both 9-1 to win the group. So if you're going to put money on these 2, put it on early because they will tumble in price. The winner most definitely will tumble in price.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Graham Hall up next against Lee Evans. If Lee Evans can find the form that got him to Champions Week, that will really throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, we've seen Usher get a 170 this week. Whitehead won't respond in kind in the opening game of the day. And so, for an opening leg break, Usher wants 101. Treble 19. 12s.
89.
We're in for a 15 dart break to start the day.
We've only had 2 players with 100+ averages so far this week. One, Graham Hall, that wonderful 103.93. And the man who's just broken through, Graham Usher, had that fabulous 100.64.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first.
And incredibly, that 100.64 for Usher actually came in defeat
140.
And that aforementioned game against Graham Hall, the highest quality game we've seen so far in Champions Week here at the Super Series.
Yeah, it really was a bit special.
95.
Well, everybody raised their game yesterday. The running average for the day yesterday was 89.2.
123.
44 180s and 11 10+ finishes. It really was a super day of darts, and I think today
60.
could go even better.
There's definitely going to be drama ahead.
135.
And you just wonder, as the day goes on, the players know what they're playing for. They know what's at stake. Whether we'll also see the nerves come into play a little bit.
60.
Well, I think with this Group A, especially this week,
103.
you just want that insurance of just being in that final.
Tots at 103 for Graham
63.
Usher. He is going to return with Whitehead all the way back on 286.
I mean, all the players will get another bite of the cherry, of course. Players
60.
second and third go into
Only require 40.
Group B, and 4, 5, and 6 go into Group C. The winner, of course, 2 days off.
Game shot the second leg.
Safe in the knowledge
Graham Usher.
they're already in the final. I just can relax and watch everybody else get put through the ringer.
And we'll have
Feel
the
like it's
insurance
Conan to
policy
throw
of the
first. Game on.
prize money as well. £1,250 just for making it to finals night. If you get out the group, 3,750, and then the money jumps. The runner-up gets £10,000,
85.
and the winner, £20,000 in cash. Well, maybe not cash, because I'm not sure they'll get out of here
140.
safely. And £20,000 in notes, but they will get £20,000 for winning the Champions Week come Saturday night.
60.
It could still be the man sat next to me.
The funniest thing you've said all week, Henry.
Admittedly, there's not much competition, is there?
140.
And of course, there is pathways for players now to qualify for the Super Series. It was announced last night there'll be a new qualification criteria for this
41.
competition, following a partnership with the ADC, that's the Amateur Darts Circuit. And it's going to enable amateur players to get the opportunity to compete in this televised
100.
tournament alongside invited players each week. There's going to be 50 spaces annually for ADC qualifiers, and that'll come through a number of regional events and rankings and things like that. And they're going to have to
180,
produce
Graham,
darts like that to be
121.
here.
Yeah, it's a wonderful link up. I don't think amateur
96.
darts
Conan, you've
has
got
ever been
135.
in safer hands. Well, he's already done this week.
110.
Should have, I said. Already
Graham,
seen it this week. Of course, it was
25.
Robert Owen that had the 135.
Game shot on the third leg. Graham
That's a
Usher.
break for Graham Usher. He opens up an early 3-0 lead. He's averaging a ton bang on.
Yeah, 45
Great
darts to win
Graham
the
to
opening
throw
3
first.
legs. He has the double break of throw. He is continuing
41.
where he left off yesterday in terms of quality.
132.
Amazed he switched there. Probably had a different line of sight than ourselves, or that the camera gave us.
140.
Let's finish off about the qualification. Now, as I said, there'll be 50 spaces annually. The ADC will announce shortly the full qualification criteria, and then there'll be
180.
12 places available each phase. So one of the 12 places will be available to players each week from the ADC qualification, which will, of course, include the
140.
chance to qualify for Champions Week.
Every week of
61.
each phase will include one player from that organisation. That's fabulous. A great opportunity.
95. Conan, you've got 128.
Can we unearth the future star?
Well, we saw previously Conor Heenahan came through as a qualifier when we did this
88.
originally when we were online and via
85.
Skype and Zoom and all the rest of those devices. Look what he's done now. Look what Usher's doing here. Double 10 for the match for a
65.
4-0 win.
Conan, you require 40.
That would have been
Game shot on the
his
fourth
second
leg. Conan Whitehead.
100-plus average, but this time it would have been a winning one. 13-dart breaker throw there
It's
for
Conan to throw
Conan.
first. Game on.
2-match darts for Graham Usher.
140.
And before you ask, I'm not entering the qualifiers, not after last night's performance.
I don't know, Murph had a little run, didn't he?
100.
As did Taylor, our
Yeah.
scalp, who got to the quarterfinals.
$60.
We won't say it was the plate, though. Let's say he spent the whole morning around the office just waxing
100.
lyrical about his performances, although admittedly he did have 2 walkovers. Well, he didn't say that, but he did have 2 walkovers.
140.
He had me and Murph round 1, round 2, so...
100. Conan, you record 161.
I was legless, not for the first time.
Oh, this is a good fight back here from Conan Whitehead.
137.
Left a double after 12. It was a 13-darter in leg 4. He's on a 13-darter. Leg
44.
5.
Conan, you require 24. Game shot the
This
fifth
is
leg.
absolute
Conan
quality
Whitehead.
from both.
And Conan Whitehead has just hung in there. Graham Usher, of course, got away, got out the tracks very quickly, but he's managed to peg him back as Usher's average just dipped down by a couple of points. Conan Whitehead's brought his up. These are the average. Oh, those are the averages.
100. 140.
Apologies about that.
The fight back continues for Conan.
100.
Back-to-back tons for Usher. And Conan's just 60 points adrift on the Usher throw. And a breaker throw here, of course, for Conan.
100.
He'll have the darts in the decider. This would be another tough one to lose for Graham Usher if he does go on to lose it.
And what it would do in terms of the group, it would put Whitehead level on points with Graham Hall, and it would mean that with 4 games remaining, Usher would have a 4-point gap to try and make up. And in the sense he had to get out early here, Usher. He had to win the opening game. Otherwise, he would be in severe threat, severe trouble right from the get-go. And unless he can get it done in this leg, it could be trouble ahead.
100. Graham, you record 141.
For the match. We know he can get to 141 because he's hit a 9 with us this year at the Super Series, or the Live League as it was when he got it.
11 and ball. 3-3.
96. Graham, you require 52.
To stave off the Whitehead comeback, double 16.
Game shot and
For the match, for Graham Usher.
Usher.
And the race to get the first space in Saturday night's final hots up as Graham Usher completes a 4-2 victory against Conan Whitehead. The Barbarian was threatening a comeback, but the Gambler played his cards right at the end. A 94.3 average. Conan Whitehead got the 2 maximums in the match. 4 from 12 on the doubles at Usher. High checkout of 52. And so the Gambler gets the first points of Wednesday here at the Super Series. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see the man who's top of the table. That's Graham Hall up against the bookender of the table. That's Lee Evans.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yes, and you could be here on Saturday night for that finals night. Tickets available for free from dartshop.tv. All you've got to do is go there and be able to be here in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge to see who does collect that £20,000 first prize and the first ever MODUS Super Series trophy. Well, let's have a look at the first match, reflect on that performance from Graham Usher. A 4-2 win for him, and he's stayed around that 94 average that he was producing yesterday. Chris Mason said if you keep doing that, results will turn in your favour. Conan Whitehead was decent himself, to be fair to him, but Usher getting over the line after leaving Whitehead with too much to do, winning the first three legs of that match. 5-140s in there for Graham Usher. A key feature, the scoring for him, and we'll have a look at how it affects the league table, because it looks like Usher is emerging as the main pusher here at the Super Series. Graham Hall, top of the table, playing next, but Graham Usher joins Robert Owen and the man he's just beaten on Conan Whitehead. 12 points for the trio, Chaz Barstow and Lee Evans on 6, probably fighting for Group B at the moment, if that is even possible at this stage. Well, we did see Graham Hall defeat Lee Evans yesterday. In fact, he's beaten him both times they've played so far this week.
You've seen Evans.
103 checkout in the process. Nicely done there by Graham Hall for a frustrated Lee Evans, I think it's safe to say, over the last couple of days. We'll see if he can lift his levels for this last one. But for Graham Hall, well, he has been in P1 for the entire race so far. Can he make it through the final few laps and get that checkered flag? We'll find out with Chris Mason. Henry Deacon, it is lights out and away we throw.
Yes, he is the man in pole position, but if we know anything about Formula One, pole position is far from academic when it comes to a race win. Well, he'll be hoping he's not a Ferrari, and he'll be hope to be the man who's in to turbocharge on Wednesday here at the Super Series. He takes on Lee Evans, who on Tuesday, mate, it's fair to say it wasn't his best day here at the Super Series, but for him, Wednesday will be about trying to build as much confidence as possible and see if he can, maybe if he can get 4 wins out of 5, get into Group B.
Yeah, he can play with absolute freedom, as can Chaz Barstow, which they could become spoilers. Or can one of them become a Max Verstappen and come from the back of the grid?
Graham to throw first.
One final
Game
Formula
on.
1. It is go, go, go in game 2.
Formula
123.
One. This is far from all over.
$100.
I can guarantee you that we won't stop in the last leg of the last game, and we won't go up to Michael Massey and change the rules over safety cars and who the lap cars are and things like that to determine the group.
100.
No, definitely not at the darts.
$57.
Graham Hall won this tie on Monday. 4-1 with the best average of the day, a 99.7. 83.46 for
42.
Evans. And Graham Hall convincing again on Tuesday, winning 4-2, but it was the Evans that had the higher average, 86.81 to Graham Hall's 86.24.
32.
He was a huge favourite for the tie, of course. 4-9, Graham Hall. 13-8, Lee Evans.
And of course, you are having a flutter on the darts today. Remember, it is 18 plus and be gamble aware.
Well, don't want to brag or nothing, but I am 4 out of 4 on the selections.
145. Graham, you reckon 136.
2 treble 20s. Ooh, that's a wild one. That's where he's just got the timing wrong. We say that there's a lot of movement in the throw of Graham Hall. The timing slightly off. That's the result. He's still in a great spot, of course.
79. Graham, you require 54.
14 and tops for a hold. 1-0 lead. And all very comfortable.
Game shot on the first leg.
Very
Graham
comfortable
Hall.
indeed, and he's playing pretty much in the first leg to his stats for the week. 88.5 average after the
Second leg is
first leg, following that
first.
17 dart leg, 1 out of
Game
1,
on.
of course, on the doubles. Yeah, having a look at his week so far, Graham Hall, an average of 90.08, 39% checkout ratio, 4-ton plus averages, 112 high out, 14 maxes, and has the highest average of the week, 103.93, which he got in that game against Graham Usher yesterday. And what a tie that was. We'll hope for more quality like that as the week goes on.
$97.
They say it's all about Lee Evans trying to build a bit of confidence. He will be going into a group. Well, he's possibly going into a group with Gavin Carling, Josh Payne, Peter Jakes.
Ouch for Group C.
78.
Well, when you're looking at his tournament stats right now, he's running at about 84 over 2 days and this match.
57.
You take a look at the running averages of Gavin Carling, Josh Payne and Peter Jakes. Peter Jakes, 85 and a bit. Josh Payne, over 90. Gavin Carling approaching 85.
180.
So, to get any success in there, he's going to have to find another gear. These stats, of course, not their all-time stats. These are the stats in qualification for Champions Week.
Treble 18.
Lee Evans in qualification over 27 matches,
Game shot on the
88.58.
second leg.
Oh, it's Graham
Graham
Hall. Pops in a beautiful 146 for a 12 dart break of throw.
Feel like it's Graham to throw first.
Starting as he means
Game
to
on.
go on, and he'll know that there was pressure on him at the start of the day. He was the 4-11 favourite to go on and win this group.
96.
And it starts like that, which is justifying that particular attack.
In all honesty, and with all due respect, the way Lee Evans has played over the last couple of days, this is an ideal opener, isn't it, for Graham Hall, because Lee Evans is playing nowhere near to the ability we know he has. Same can be said for Charles Barstow.
Yeah, I commentated on a couple of days of the week that Lee Evans came through, and for the day, he was, both the days I was there, he was averaging about 86, 87. He was very steady and consistent, and yeah, the first couple of days here, it's just been a little bit below what we know he's capable of.
Well, during the qualification period, as I said, a running average of 88.58, a high of 105.47, and it 47 180s, the highest strike rate on 180s of all the 12 players here this week.
And that includes players who've had 2 bites at it as well.
Correct.
But we've seen before that finishing the bottom part of Group A doesn't spell the end of your week. Kieran Tiern's here on Saturday night. He finished bottom of Group A. I think it was with 6 points, wasn't it? The first week we were here, or the first night we were here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's all about how
85.
you treat tonight, clear your mind today, and then get ready for what it looks like tomorrow morning. Could be tomorrow evening if he can pick up 8 or 10 points, possibly.
Yeah, Kieran Tian came through the
140.
finals night with Portela, James Hurrell, Paul Hogan,
190.
Martin Adams, and Stephen Burton, who he defeated in the final. That was week 6, of course.
52 left for Lee Evans to get his first leg of the day on the board. He wants the bullseye.
94.
And he wasn't too far away. Graham Hall, 84
Graham, you
for
require
a 3-0
84.
lead. Two 12s.
Game show on the third leg. Graham Hall.
That is what he has been doing all week so far. The amount of last starters he has found have
Well, like it's
just
Lee
kept
to
his
throw
shape.
first. Game on.
18-dart hold for a 3-0 lead. Yeah, Graham Hall defeated Gian Van Veen to qualify. Week 3.
100.
Lee Evans defeating Neil Duff in week 5.
You actually look at the finals night that week in week 5. He got the better of Neil Duff, Robert Thornton, Andy Jenkins, Robert Rickwood,
134.
and Jamie Lewis. Ouch, 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 and ouch.
Yeah, that was a real toughie to come through. Same can be said for Robert
84.
Owen in week 1, coming through David Pallett, Yella Klassen, Colin Osborne, Adam Atkinson, who's been flying on the ADC circuit, and Aaron Monk.
Just shows the strength and depth on the circuit that we are playing 12-week cycles, and the players that we're getting in, and the quality that we're getting in week upon week. I mean, you look at most of these nights and think, wow.
59.
Looking at Graham Usher's week 7, beating David Pallett in the final. Lisa Ashton, Martin Thomas were the semi-finalists. Justin Smith and Dan Reed didn't get out of the groups.
That was a good week as well. We did that week together, didn't we? That was a really,
57.
really enjoyable week.
Yeah, it was solid. Well, this will take massive pressure off Graham Hall if he can wrap this up 4-0, because
78.
leg different swing for him.
May require 170.
That'd be huge.
Averaging 98.2. This has been a really good performance. Will he go for the bull, for the match, for the fish? Yes, he did, and he wasn't too far away.
Wanted to do it in absolute style. Had he hit that ball, he would have had 100-plus average. Yeah, win here for Graham Hall 4-0. Puts him on to 16
95.
points. And plus 14
Graham, you
on the
require
leg difference.
25.
Does this performance end the hopes for the rest
No
of the
score.
field?
Pestrays the other side on the
They require 85.
double 16.
Should have just threw that one away and worried about doing it with his last start. I want to see his last start stats. Oh, that's unlucky. 79 left, just south of the required target.
45. Graham, you require 25.
The others are trying to chase him down on this final day of Group A action.
Game
But
shot
Graham
and the
Hall
match.
is still at the
Graham
top of the
Hall.
tree. He is the man to beat for the first place in finals night on Saturday, with a 93.94 average and a 4-0 success against Lee Evans. The highlight being that 1-4-6 checkout. He restricted his opponent to only 1 dart at double, 4 out of 7 on the outer ring for Graham Hall. And G-Man will be hoping to be the man at the end of Wednesday here at the Super Series. He gets his campaign for Wednesday off to the perfect start. We're going to take a short break, and the man that the bookies think are the most likely to track him down, Wilbert Owen, is in action. He takes on Chaz Barstow next.
Welcome back to your morning dose of darts, where it's been Goldham Grahams for breakfast so far, as the pair of the Grahams in this group have won their opening matches. Usher defeating Whitehead 4-2, and then this win 4-0 for Graham Hall, who stands tall at the top of the table, a 93.94 average, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, including that wonderful 1-4-6 checkout, and a below par Lee Evans. He has been all week, to be fair, not the time to be sliding in his form. Well, he only had one dart double in the entire match. So, well, to carry on the F1 analogy, Graham Hall, it just seems like the odd pit stop to refuel, and then he pulls away again, and he's done that in the league table, moving further clear at the top. 4 points ahead of Graham, Usher, Robert Owen and Conan Whitehead. Evan stranded at the foot of the group on 6 points, along with Chaz Barstow. He's playing in the next match against Robert Owen. The pair have one win apiece against each other this week. The 1-2-2 checkout that you're about to see was actually in defeat to Robert Owen yesterday for Barstow, but a brilliant moment of him all the same, and he hasn't had too many of those over the last couple of days. Robert Owen, of course, buoyed by winning his tour card and a place at the World Championship at the weekend. He's actually set to be the first player to pass a 400 match milestone here at the Super Series. He should do that this week. So can Stack Attack continue to climb the league ladder, or can Barstow harm Owen's hopes? Let's find out with Chris and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. So that victory there for Graham Hall puts him in a strong position at the top of the group. But Robert Owen will be looking to pull that gap back down to 2 points if he can get victory over Chaz Barstow here, who me and Mace have a feeling could be the spoiler here on day 3. 6 points from his first 2 days. We know he's capable of much more than what he has produced over the first couple of days' action. The 43-year-old from Winchester, nicknamed the Prince, and he is up against Stack Attack in his opening game of the day, the former UK Open semi-finalist in Robert Owen. And you just think if Barstow can hit the straps today, then he could really upset the hopes of everybody else around him.
Yeah, absolutely. And very much like
Hey,
Lee
first
Evans,
against
it's just
Robert to
a
throw
day of
first.
building confidence
on.
going into Thursday and Friday's potentially Group C, or most likely Group C. However,
97.
if Barstow plays the darts we know he's capable of, he could quite easily win 5 from 5.
100.
We spoke yesterday as to whether Chaz would play in that local competition last night. I can tell you he didn't. He decided just to go back and relax and just
96.
come back today, fresh in mind, fresh in body.
Yeah, these are long sessions. They do take it out of you. Most of the players arrive around about 7:30 for a 9:30 start. So in that time, it's probably an hour and a half, maybe an hour and 15 minutes of preparation on the board. And then you literally, in between matches, you might sit down for 5 minutes.
87.
And then you're straight back on the board. So they are long days.
Both players have got out the traps well. Robert Owen leaving himself on 70 after 12 in the opening leg with the darts.
41. Robbie requires 70.
And Owen couldn't just do it with victories, he could do it with being big, because he's got an 11-point swing on the legs difference against him compared to Graham Hall. +3 for Owen, +14 for Hall.
Yeah, it wasn't helped with that 4-0 win for Graham Hall last time out. That's a great marker. Wow, bounces off the flight.
24.
Well, a chance for a steal for Barstow.
76.
Wow.
Not even giving himself a double from that juncture. He will
36.
be as disappointed as anyone. And so Owen returns a double 4. To win a leg that he has dominated, but he had to ride the storm towards the end of it.
He was a big favourite for this one. 4-6. 11 to 10
Chance
for
to throw
Barstow.
first.
It would have been would have been a pick and match on day one, if not Barstow probably being a slight favourite.
These two won the first 2 weeks of qualification for this event.
83.
Well, but Owen getting through week 1 of the phase, beating David Pallett, as we mentioned in the last match. Chaz Barstow bettering
99.
Mike Warburton in that final. Conan Whitehead actually finished 3rd in that particular week, so they're renewing battles here at Champions Week.
44.
Well, this match was won by Barstow on Monday. It was his first win of the day. He won it 4-1 against Robert Owen with a 93.85. And then Robert Owen bounced back yesterday, winning 4-3 with a 93.08. It was a tight one.
$128.
Chaz's running average for 2 days. I mean, his best average is 93.85. You over 2 days of play, 10 matches.
Chaz required 40.
Just don't expect to see those numbers associated with Chaz Barstow.
Game show on the
You
second
expect
leg.
to see 1 or
Chaz
2 around the
Barstow.
ton. And you expect to see 1 or 2 15-dart legs from Barstow. And that's exactly what he's done here in the second to level us up at 1 apiece.
Running average for 2 days is 86. His all-time stats over 210 matches is 91.16.
140.
Well down. And remember, this is a player that's had a high of 117.88.
Joint second highest average in the competition's history. That's alongside Dan Reed, who did that on the first game of a Monday morning session.
I know, how bizarre.
135.
I'll be happy to be awake at 9:30 on a Monday, let alone do that.
Yeah, that is absolutely staggering.
90.
Sure, no doubt we'll see Dan Reed in stage 2 at some point. That takes place over the autumn and winter months. That culminates at the start of 2023.
100. Robbie,
But here and now, Owen wants a 135. He's already done it once this week. 85 left, so treble 15. We'll decide to go treble 19.
119.
Wow.
Chaz
That's off the second ball.
126.
Leave double 8. Classy stuff. No, can't finish. 117 left. Can't be done in 2.
$34. Robbie requires 16.
Be hoping to pitch one over the top, and that's exactly what he does to get himself back in front at 2-1, an exchange of 15s.
Looking at the players' all-time best averages
to throw first
in the Super Series. Too complicated to do in order, but as I mentioned, the 117.88.
134.
Barstow, Whitehead 117.36, Hall 110.59, Usher 111.2, Evans 105.47,
86.
Robert Owen 115.62, Gavin Carlin 104.86, Josh Payne 113.49,
85.
Peter Jakes 101.05, little old me 103.66, 106.24 for Kieran Tian, and Darryl Pilgrim 107.25.
You know, it's a good standard when the 101s and 103s are the best averages on the low side.
Yeah.
140.
Barstow's brought his average up to 96 in his particular match. Owen on 88.67. That mainly because he's only got 2 from 7 on the outer ring, but he's the man leading 2-1. That lead may be cancelled out in a few darts' time because Barstow making a charge with the darts and leaves himself on 52 after 12, and Owen back on 215.
55. Judge required 52.
So to level us up, 52. And that's another miss on the big number. We've seen one earlier on in the match from
32.
Chaz on the
Robbie
76, who denied him a dart
160.
at double. And this would be the ultimate darting punishment if Owen could take out the 160.
60. Judge required 20.
A little bit of
Game shot on
time
the
for
fourth
Barstow,
leg.
which allows
Chaz Barstow.
him to relax and find that double 10. Been a good standard this match. Last three
Giving it
legs,
Robert to
15,
throw
15 and
first.
16. It was a 19 dart hold after Robert Owen missed a few in the opening leg.
Been a very watchable match.
81.
Of course, you can be at Champions Night here at Champions Week.
60.
And just a little bit of advice, I would get in quite early because it looks as if it's going to be a sellout on Saturday night. It looks like it's very close now. So if you're going to, get in quick.
140.
Dartshop.tv. And also, all the 12 weeks for Stage 2 are available on dartshop.tv. So if you want to find yourself a Saturday night to get down and watch
Pre-book
us,
them, can't you?
head over there now. Get them in advance because the word's spreading.
140.
When a lot of people saw it rammed on last Saturday night and saw the atmosphere and the
55.
unique,
Robert,
intimate nature of this
140.
venue, people want to come and experience it. Who knows if it becomes as popular as we hope.
100.
May have the crowds in on a Friday night as well and a Thursday. That would be fabulous for the players.
93. Robert, you require 40.
Tots to a 13 to put himself one away.
Game show on the fifth.
And he does.
Robert Owen.
And I think Robert Owen would ideally like to do it for 2 because, yes, A, get the victory, but B, he knows that he's going to have to
So you've got
claw
his
some
chance to
legs
throw
back at
first.
some point, and 4 threes aren't really going to help. That's not going to help Owen's
180.
cause.
Oh, that's the opposite of what he wanted to see. Wanted to see a 26.
100.
Like you say, priority is winning the leg or winning the match
58.
just to get the 2 points on the board. Currently sat, he's sat on 12 points.
60.
12 points, so put him within 2 of Graham Hall's on 16. Owen would go on to 14 with a win here, so it would keep
Of course,
Paul
he-
honest.
He does have to play Graham Hall, of course, but then he'd have to win all of his games and rely on somebody defeating
59.
Graham Hall. That may come next from Graham Usher.
80.5 average for Barstow, but it just feels better from him so far today.
$26.
Nearly had a
Judge
9
require
there.
80.
Not the 9 we want.
Tops a 3-3.
60.
He's going to return.
$83. Judge required 20.
Gonna be loaded of pressure in a deciding leg for Robert Owen. He knows that a defeat here would be a disaster, and
No score.
our thoughts on Barstow being a spoiler would be bang on the money.
And this is a dynamic with Barstow and Evans.
99. Judge
They know
required
that-
20.
Well, Lee Evans mathematically now definitely cannot go through. Barstow would have to win a
Game
lot and
shot
hope
on the
for
sixth
the... Well, he
leg.
can't go through
Chaz
because everyone's going to
Barstow.
cancel each other out in the points department.
7th and final leg. It's Robert to throw first.
But we go the
Game
distance
on.
here in the final game of the first round here on Wednesday at the Super Series.
97.
One player will be hoping that come the end of the day, the next time they see the magnificent stage here at the Live Lounge will be in front of a boisterous crowd on Saturday night.
$140.
I suppose the other thing is, for the player that gets through today, they can relax knowing they're in the final, whereas the other players are then going to have to get themselves back up, and you already sense in the practice room there's extra nerves, extra tension, knowing what's at stake this week. And when you've got that much pressure and nervous energy, that can be draining mentally and physically.
Well, yeah, because the players are just used to knockout darts. That's your mindset as a player. And it's that emotional roller coaster that mentally drains you.
140.
Recovered well in this leg, hasn't he? 24 after 12.
Chaz Barstow's not even in the same county, let alone postcode. And so Robert Owen to wrap off an opening win once double 12. And gets there, and Robert Owen keeps tabs at the top of the table. He beats Chaz Barstow in a deciding leg, 4-3, with an average of 88.36, one maximum apiece in that particular match. 4 from 12 on the doubles, and both players' highest checkout being top, summing up the doubles department for the pair in that particular matchup. So it is going to be seconds out, round 2 on Wednesday after the break. It's a battle of the Grahams. It's Usher against Hall. Join us next.
Welcome back. The race is well and truly on here for that spot at finals night. Robert Owen winning 4-3 against Chaz Barstow as he keeps himself in contention for it, right on the shoulder of Graham Hall. It went the distance, the match, but Chaz Barstow, well, he fell to pieces really in that last leg. Had 4 visits in the final leg of the match, didn't score more than 46 as Owen was allowed to get the job done in 15 darts. So a 4-3 win for Owen sees him add a couple more points to his tally and moved just a couple of points away from Graham Hall at the top. Graham Usher just behind Owen, and Conan Whitehead also on 12. Barstow and Evans, well, we thought they were out of the race before the day started. They even mathematically are now. And it looks like Group C for them, returning in the morning sessions on Thursday and Friday. But coming up next, a huge match in this group as Usher takes on Hall. It's one win apiece between the pair of them. And here is a reminder of how both players won their opening matches today. Graham Usher getting past Conan Whitehead with a 4-2 success. And then Graham Hall took out this fabulous 1-4-6 finish in a whitewash win over Lee Evans to once again pull clear at the top of the Group A table. So this is a really big match in the group. Hall can move further clear, or Graham Usher might be the one. He might be the one just to stop that run and put himself firmly in the picture. Will it be clear Hall, or will the gambler be his ruin? Let's find out with Mason Henry.
Thank you very much, Murph. And the big games just keep coming in Group A. And it's fair to say that Messrs. Owen and Whitehead will be rooting for an Usher victory in this particular battle. The 49-year-old from Scarborough, former World Masters quarter-finalist, takes on Hall, who is top of the table on 16 points, following 11 matches from each of the players. 2 points clear of Owen, 4 points clear of Usher and Whitehead. A win for Hall means that Usher's chances of progressing through the group would be pretty much over. And it's Usher who has the darts, but we were delving deep into the stats before this particular battle.
Hey, first leg, it's Graham Usher to throw
on
first.
Monday,
Game
Graham
on.
Hall won 70% of the legs in which he threw second in.
Staggering
100.
stat, especially going into this one, as the odds compilers go 5 to 6 each of 2, so they have as much clue as we do, but even more impressive, backing that up with serious
140
figures on day 2. Where was he? 40%?
This week he's won over half of the legs that he's thrown second in.
140.
That's a wonderful stat, especially considering the field.
However, to compare and contrast, Graham Usher also won 70% of the legs he threw first in on Monday, and then on
55.
Tuesday was up to 60%.
That's incredible when you consider he won more points on Monday than he did yesterday with just a slightly different margin.
171.
So what we're saying is expect a 4-3.
Yeah. Yeah, this has got all the ingredients to be
Graham,
a last leg shooter.
132.
It was a great 171 from Graham Hall to leave this 132.
60. Graham, you require 85.
Well, Hall dominated the scoring phase of this first leg, but Graham Usher has 2 darts at tops.
Game shot
For
the
an
first
opening leg hold in
Graham
15,
Usher.
that to a certain extent will feel like a break given Hall's dominance in the scoring phase of that leg.
Yeah,
Second leg, it's Graham
was
Hall
just
to throw
waiting to
first.
punish
Game
any
on.
mistake. Graham Usher kept it all together. 1 dart left in hand. This is a
96.
massive match in terms of how this Group A final day will play out.
60.
A win near for Hall, and it's all over.
You can deck the halls, and it will be jolly for him if he can get through to Saturday night's final. He would be top of the tungsten tree. Will he win his most decorated title of his career so far on Saturday night? Graham Usher will be hoping to do likewise come Saturday evening going into Sunday morning. Oh, this is a quality affair.
123.
Both players starting almost where they left off in their last matches.
100.
Pressure on the whole throw.
Incredibly, after that opening leg, Graham Hall didn't even get a double. And we've said this, haven't we, all week?
57.
Usher's
Graham
timing,
161.
perhaps as immaculate as any player in this six-man field.
91. Graham, you
And
require
just picks off
140.
a much needed trouble, forcing Hall to take out a big shot. He forced him into taking out the 132 in leg one, and now he's asking him a question on 140. He's going to leave tops.
81. Graham, you
Wasn't
require
for a bit of a
70.
stray one.
Well, it could be the story of the game that Graham Hall does
50.
the scoring and Usher does the finishing,
Graham, you
but
require
he misses one at
59.
tops, and Hall should have 3 here at tops. He's only going to get 2. Double 10.
49.
Huge miss.
Graham, you require
Huge moments
20.
coming up.
Game shot on the second
Pressure,
leg.
pressure, isn't it?
Graham Usher.
16 darter, a breaker throw from Usher. Now he can throw with some freedom in this third leg.
Third leg, it's Graham Usher to throw first.
So we see the zoom in angle onto the stage, a bit like a jib shot.
97.
Also a reminder, there's plenty of events coming up in and
80.
around Portsmouth, not just the Super Series, but you can also have a night at the darts at the Untouchables in December. That is on
134.
Friday the 9th. That's over at the Portsmouth Guildhall, featuring the likes of Michael Van Gerwen, Simon Whitlock, Fallon Sherrock, Raymond Van Barneveld, Vincent van der Voort. Going to see our mate Andy Jenkins in action, Corinne Hammond, Charlie Large, and Bobby
100.
George will also be supplying the entertainment. Dartshop.tv, the place to be for a night at the darts at the Untouchables at the Portsmouth
100.
Guildhall on the 9th of December.
And isn't everybody coming on Saturday night and with a chance of winning 2 complimentary tickets for that?
Indeed.
What a bonus. Cheap beer, a night at the darts, and a chance to
140. Graham, you require 170.
win 2 tickets to the Untouchables.
130.
Oh, picks off the ball. They leave tops after 12, and he's maintaining the ton plus average throughout the entirety of this match so far. 102.07 for Graham Usher.
140. Graham, you require 40.
Well, this game yesterday produced
Games
the
on the
2
third leg.
highest averages
Graham
of the
Usher.
group so far. Graham Usher averaged beyond a ton and was defeated. He's looking to reverse the fortunes. Have a look at the averages on your screen now.
Fourth leg, it's Graham Hall to throw
102.48
first.
for Graham
Game on.
Usher. 98.5 for Graham Hall. When these two play each other, they bring the best out of each other.
I'm quite surprised because
94.
Graham Hall is not the quickest in the world. He's far from the slowest, that's for sure. Graham Usher looks like he likes to get on with it.
180.
He's certainly getting on with it in leg 4. His second max. The average climbs to 107.43.
100.
And this is perhaps credit to the rest of the field, where he put his average up by 9 points, but yet restricted him, because if he got out of there with 8 points
140.
yesterday, he would have been more than a threat. He probably would have been top of the table by now.
Oh, and he's going to get 6 starts, Graham Usher,
60.
to win this one. Full zip. And that'll cancel out the 4-0 win for Hall in match number 1. Match number
45.
2 against Lee Evans.
What's it we say again about Usher's timing? 3-0 up, 180, 140, a K of 45 there, but he's well in front in the leg. Hall needs 2 trebles. It's as simple as that. Definitely needs 1 now.
59.
And he gets
Graham, you require
6 starts now, the
136.
gambler, for a 4-0 win. He may only need the 3 Double 8 to win in style,
Game
to win with a
shot on
12
the
dart leg,
match.
and to put in
Graham
the
Usher.
performance of Champions Week so far. It's 107.36 for Graham Usher to haul Graham in the race to finish in first place here in Champions Week. He averaged 94.06 and only got 2 darts at double in the match. That was the quality standard we saw in that battle between the two. Graham Usher, a 4-0 victor over Graham Hall. And that opens the door for Conan Whitehead. He's in action after this short break. He takes on Chaz Barstow.
Well, Graham Usher has just raised the standard here at the Super Series, hasn't he? What a win that was. 4-0 against the league leader, Graham Hall, and an average of 107.36. The best of the week by far, and it is a result that keeps things very, very tight at the top of the table. This is going to be one great race to finals night on Saturday. Hall is still top. He seems to have been there from even before this group started. It's remarkable, but that is a dent surely for him, because Graham Usher now has a better leg difference and is just 2 points behind, and Robert Owen can go level if he wins his game in hand. Conan Whitehead looking to move on to 14 points as well in the next match, but that result really could prove to be a pivotal one at the end of the day. Hall on 16, Usher on 14, and still 4 players really in that race to take top spot. Well, coming next, it is Chaz Barstow against Conan Whitehead. Both players lost their opening matches today. Barstow to Rob Owen in this last leg. Barstow's visits were 43, 44, 45 and 46. Robert Owen allowed to waltz to victory in that one. Conan Whitehead did get the better of Barstow yesterday, and look at that, there is nothing sweeter than the repeater is there. Twice he mirrored his finishers, the same spot for the double top and the same spot for the double 16. Absolutely remarkable stuff, and that was the first time in Super Series history, and we're talking over 200 matches, that Chaz Barstow hadn't had a dart at double in the entire game. So clinical was the finishing of Conan Whitehead in that one. So can Conan keep himself in contention, or will Barstow be that spoiler that Mace was talking about earlier? Let's find out with the boys in the box.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, this is a big game for Conan Whitehead, and I'm absolutely baffled as to why the odds compilers make Barstow an 8-11 favourite. Conan Whitehead, even money, and when you look at the table, you wouldn't think this one is going to be even close. Last time out, match number 3, Barstow averaged 79.31. Conan Whitehead went down to the rampant Graham Usher 4-2 with a 93.28.
So first thing, it's Chaz to throw first.
I want to just stick
Game
to
on.
the most current form. And if you go back over the last couple of days, again, everything points in the direction of a Whitehead win as Chaz
180.
Barstow with the commentator's curse.
I can see why Chaz Barstow's favourite now.
Yeah.
95.
Well, he shouldn't be favourite. Not on what we've seen over the last 3 days.
There's certainly some value to be had today
59.
out there on the markets. Remember, 18 plus, begambleaware.org. And tomorrow and Friday night, I'll be giving my tips
96.
on the Sporty Stuff TV during the Greyhounds.
Yeah, good luck with following those.
It's like that live money, falls and
96.
horses, isn't it? They always said Del Boy would get to the top. Mind you, he also said Millwall would win the cup.
Don't worry, punters.
100.
Ace Azaka will return one day.
Got some special guest commentators over the next couple of days, which we will tell you more about as the
126.
day goes on. I'm really excited with the pair I'm going to be sharing the booth with on Thursday and Friday night. Before I head up to the
100.
presenters
As required,
booth on
40.
Saturday evening. Barstow wants tops for 13. 2 10s.
Game shot on the first.
Double
leg.
5, and there was just
Chaz
a threat there
Barstow.
that it was going to make a little bit of a mess of it with Whitehead back on 110, but the academic 15 dart holder throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, it's
You don't go
Conan to
too
throw
far wrong if you can do
first.
that.
Game on.
No, he just needs 4 of them.
$140.
Looking really assured today. Conan Whitehead almost placing them in.
100.
Rock solid. Lovely. Full follow through. And he's got a run for cover here.
139.
And the darts just sit up invitingly to be followed.
That must be annoying, but he couldn't do anything there. That
100.
last start was dangling like a loose tooth.
Yeah, absolutely. Hence why he's hit 17 180s over the course of 2 days and
58.
added another 2 to that in his opening match.
Well, the market for this one was the 180 market. These are the 2 biggest maximum hitters
100.
in Group A over the first 2
164.
days. 17 for Conan, 19 for Chaz.
121.
Good setup there, leaving 43 after 12. This is a quality affair.
59.
Yeah, Chaz with
Only
the most
required
180s, but
43.
unfortunately the lowest checkout percentage down at 27.
$27. Charge of 142.
And all barring. Oh, hello. One of these tops.
122.
That would have been a right royal tungsten punishment.
I was going to say, all barring, we're going to have a level game, but that's super awkward.
Game shot on the second leg. Conan Whitehead.
What a last start that was, because you could see with the
The leg
second
is
dart
Chaz
that
to
the
throw
first one was a bit of a
first.
blocker.
Game on. $57. $140.
Some 40 start for Whitehead against the darts. In this crucial third leg, he's got to find a break at some point. A game he cannot afford to
93.
lose. He wants to keep his hopes of progression alive. He's 4 points behind Graham Hall at the top of the table. 2 behind the chasing pack of Usher and Owen. Owen has a game in hand on Whitehead, which he will use next up against Lee Evans. We're at a point now where the players behind Graham Hall cannot afford to slip up.
Nope. One defeat could spell the end of the campaign to top this incredible Group A. Conan on course for a break of throw, which he needs to win this match.
100. Conan, you record 121.
Get it now. Get it early. Get it out of the way. Trouble 17. Would have left the ball.
38. Judge require 155.
And nearly gave us the 142 in the last leg. The 155 won't go in this. And
60.
Conan Whitehead now,
Conan, you require
83 for a break of throw. And a 2-1 lead. The bull.
58. Judge require 95.
Oh, a chance for Barstow to hold. He'll be going at the ball. 81 left. Treble 19. Treble 10. Would have left 32.
Conan, you require 25.
All be academic. There's the 9.
17. Judge require 52. 32. Conan, you require 8.
Big miss of Barstow. Can Whitehead step in? Double 2.
Game shot.
The answer is yes. That's a big break of throw for Conan Whitehead. He opens up a 2-1 lead after Barstow missed darts to hold his particular throw.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
A huge turning point in this game. A huge turning point in Conan Whitehead's group.
41. 100. 100.
Barstow within striking distance to try and steal the darts back.
45.
As we've seen on far too many occasions, and so unlike Barstow. Such a big power scorer normally, isn't he, Barstow? Super return rate on the 180s.
100.
We've seen the 180s, they've just not been backed up with big scores. They've just been getting cancelled out.
Well, I don't know if we can have a look at the scoring stats, because that would sum up exactly what you say. 8 ton plus throws, 0 140s, 1 max, and that's an illustration of sorts of his week.
Absolutely. Sums it up perfectly. Another one of those in a single 19. He'll still come down.
99.
It's 80. Be a little disappointed to still be on 80.
81. Conan, you require 80.
He did that on a 7, going for a double 16. He's a little bit of a pull. There's a bit of tension in there. He understands the importance of this match.
Well, last time he didn't get punished, but this time
57.
It is a similar result. He wires the double 18, Chaz Barstow, and so Whitehead returns, but it's for double 2 to make it 3-1 and to put himself a leg away from a crucial victory to put him within 2 of Graham Hall at the top of the table.
Fifth leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
And a good opening leg from Barstow. That 15 dart hold with the only 180 of the match in it. And then he's
58.
lost the next 3.
$81.
Do get in touch with us at MSS Darts, and tell you what, whilst you're there, why don't you have a guess at who our our guest
180.
co-commentators are for the next couple of days, whilst Mace does his second job of playing.
95.
Job. If it was my job, I get sacked, man.
32.
We gave you a clue yesterday if you tuned in, by the way.
I did.
58.
He's won a couple of more world titles than me.
Mind you, we both got the same amount of world titles, haven't we, Mace?
We have, mate.
44.
It's the only thing I can cling on to.
Yeah. Now that nonsense. The only thing will be your front teeth he won't be clinging on to.
140.
Great 140 from Conan. Really piling the pressure on. Good response, though. Not sure about going back up. There's absolutely no
97.
benefit.
Only your record 127.
So for the match, doing a bit of style.
Bullseye. It would have been
88.
1-2-7 for the game.
Jazz record 190.
Treble 20, double 15, 20-20 ball. Moves the wire.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Excellent dart.
Chaz Barstow.
He manages to find a way over the top. He had to move across. Now, Barstow's got big
So he
barrels. I
gets
think
Conan
maybe
to
in
throw
that
first.
situation,
Game on.
it makes the bed maybe a little bit smaller when he misses those doubles down the bottom end of the board.
Absolutely. Rather than be a friend, they
93.
become a foe. But one match dart for Conan.
140. $100. $45.
Oh, Conan, 308, opening on the 18s.
98.
What a big last start that was. Keeps him a throw in front and a leg. Oh, he will feel he has to win because
66.
the decider will see Barstow have the honour.
And that tension creeps in. Oh, that's excellent.
174.
That is absolutely excellent. To
Not
leave
for the
36
first time
after
today.
12.
Switching across to the 18s this time, though. To lead the 36.
$140. Conan, you require 36.
To wrap things up.
To keep him in the race.
Game
Double
shot
nine will
of
do
the
it.
match.
And Conan Whitehead
Conan
moves
Whitehead.
himself on to 14 points. And it is going to be a sprint finish to the line at the end of the marathon here in Group A. A 4-2 victory for Conan Whitehead means there are 3 players within 2 points of Graham Hall at the top of the table. This was how he did it against Chaz Barstow with an average of 86 and a half. 2 maximums for Barstow, but 4 from 15 on the doubles be something he'll look to rectify in the next match. However, he won't care. He's got the victory against Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a short break afterwards. Chris Mason's going to go upstairs for some analytical comments with Chris Murphy, and then we'll see Lee Evans in action. He takes on Robert Owen, who can go level on points with Hall at the top of the table. Join us next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Champions Week, where Chris Mason has been in commentary, or at least for one more day he will be before playing tomorrow evening. But Group A, well, it's really, really tight, even more so after that 4-2 win for Conan Whitehead against Chaz Barstow. Conan there, just effective on his doubles. You mentioned that treble 18 hitting as well.
Yeah, it was a must-win game by hook or by crook. It was just one of those. It didn't matter whether it was pretty or not. It was just about getting the 2 points on the board, especially after seeing Graham Hall go 4-0 down to Graham Usher, which sort of cancelled out the 4-0 win against Lee Evans, just making it all the more exciting.
Yeah, 2 points separating the top four in the Group A table. That win for Usher against Tor, you mentioned, how big was that?
Yeah, it was absolutely massive, especially when you look at the leg difference. For the first time, Graham Usher is actually in front in terms of leg difference on +12. You've got to worry about Conan Whitehead on that -1. He's going to have to hope for results to go his way, because you think if it goes down to leg difference, he's not going to overturn that difference.
Yeah, often we get a couple of players racing away. This time we've got two at the bottom and the rest of them fighting it out at the top of the table. But one of the players who is stuck at the bottom is Lee Evans, trying to play his way into a little bit of form. He's playing Robert Owen next. The pair of them have 1 win each this week. A 4-1 win for Evans on Monday, but Owen reversed the result yesterday.
Yeah, he's just starting to find his feet now, isn't he, Robert Owen? He got off to a steady enough start on Monday, but it's just steadily improved and improved and improved. And really, for Lee Evans, he's the last person he wants to be playing to get any kind of confidence, especially on the back of just getting bageled 4-0.
Yeah, and Owen came up here and spoke about how the MODUS Super Series has helped his career. Obviously, he's got his tour card, his World Championship spot, and heard you and Henry in commentary talking about the link that was announced with the amateur darts circuit as well. So 50 spots available over the course of a year for the amateur players to play with these boys up on the Super Series stage. Opportunities for everyone.
Yeah, I said in commentary, I don't think the amateur game's been in a better place. Years ago, you'd have to wait for your opportunities or try and go through the whole ranking system. Now you can play within a system, win a weekly qualifier, and get up there with this lot.
And you might even get a game against Chris Mason, or at least get him commentating on one of your games. And we'll let you do a little bit more of that. The next one is Evans against Owen. Owen can go joint top if he wins this match. Evans really looking to try and play himself into a bit of form for the rest of the week. Back to Henry in the commentary box.
Thank you, Murph. You might win the ultimate prize, and Chris Murphy might make a pun about you as well if you qualify through the weekly qualifiers at the ADC. And a fantastic initiative set up, and credit to the amateur darts circuit and the MODUS Super Series for this link-up, giving every single player the opportunity to come and play here under the lights in front of the cameras. We had something similar a couple of years ago back in COVID, where there was a qualifier online. We saw the likes of Conor Whitehead come through the ranks courtesy of that. This year, it was all about inviting your way in by winning events, and that's still going to be the case. If you do well on the circuit, you'll get an automatic invitation to play here at the Super Series. But you also get now effectively an opportunity to qualify your way by doing well on the circuit. There'll be more information by the ADC over the next probably few weeks or something along them lines about how you can qualify your way into the MODUS Super Series.
83.
Tell you all about those details when they are published. But it is great for the amateur game, as you say, Mace, up on the balcony with
58.
Chris Murphy. There was once upon a time, even a couple of years ago, where you'd only get one opportunity to play on the TV a year, and that would be at Lakeside, possibly if the World Masters was televised as well. But now you've got an opportunity every 12 weeks to play on TV, potentially.
Yeah, with the Masters, though, I think you had to... I'm not sure it was the last 16 or just the last 32 that used to be shown on telly.
68.
When you used to turn up for the Masters, there was literally hundreds of players, representatives from all around the world. It was a real toughie before they changed the rules for a while. They brought in like a seeding system, and that's a bit like just changing the rules completely, which I'm hearing is the plan to do with the Masters, and historically known for the wonderful format of best of 3 legs per set. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that takes place at the Devonte Raver complex in Assen in December.
I was just saying to Murph, Robert Owen is the last player you want to be up against when you're trying to
45.
get a
He
bit of
requires
confidence.
78.
Especially when he's starting like this, 78 after 12. Shots a 15 dart leg, knowing he's going to return for the break of
58.
throw. A double 10 when he does come back, and we saw this yesterday from Lee, where when the first dart was pulled, he was just getting a little bit
27.
frustrated with himself, and he's
required
finding it
20.
hard going again here.
Yeah, it's all about the timing and the timing of the release and the opening of the hand. It only has to be a fraction out,
score.
and we've seen it a lot from Charles
Lee
Barstow, and
require
certainly a
154.
lot from Lee Evans.
Well, this should light up the tungsten blue touch paper, wouldn't it? The 154. But again,
76 leaves 78, so treble 18.
130. Robbie required 20.
Now there's pressure. You almost
Age
feel like
on the first leg.
Lee Evans needs
Robert
something
Owen.
like that to happen, just to inspire him, just to give him a bit of a lift.
Second
you
leg, it's
probably know
Robert to
better
throw
than
first.
I would, Mace, but it just feels as if Lee's just letting little things get to him. He can get quite easily dejected, it feels.
Well, you do. You just get caught up in the whole occasion, and you just begin to feel like, I don't want to be here, and you just sort of want the stage to swallow you up. It's a horrible, lonely place, because there's, you can't forfeit the game. It's not like in snooker where you can, let a frame go. You've
140.
got to go through it.
And unlike the snooker, our referee here, Owen Binks, is making all the right calls today.
Yeah,
97.
no laughing from Owen.
60.
He's heading up to Barnsley overnight. Charlie Corsfine will be here for the rest of the week.
Yeah, of course, the penultimate series of
60.
Players' Championship events commences tomorrow. I'm sure Henry will keep you abreast of the results as they happen. Penultimate 4 events before they return for a double header.
Interestingly as well, isn't it?
80. Robbie require 57.
Hold fire for a second, because Owen is here on the 57. The 2-0 to back the break up with a hold. Double 10. Nicely does it for Robert Owen, and he races into a 2-0 lead here against Lee Evans. And as you say, when we get to these later ones in the year, because there's pressure on certain players at certain points of the rankings, you sometimes see an outside winner because there's this extra pressure on them to go and succeed, and sometimes it can actually inspire them the other way. We've seen it over the years.
Yeah, and you also see a lot of the big guns decide to maybe start to have a sort of pick and choose their events as we run into a
140.
Unquestionably the most important time of the year at that run up to the World Championships. The Grand Slam, of course, and the European Championship starts next
100.
Thursday night. And then the Players' Championship finals, and then to the Worlds.
100.
Unfortunate weekend away in Dortmund, Mace.
I am, yeah. I do like Germany.
$85.
Yeah, the arena for that's right next to the football ground, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
44.
Well, a lot of the officials and Pikey, they went. There's the big wall there, isn't there? A famous wall.
Yes, the yellow
They were
wall.
like, "Oh, Chris, do you want to come and watch the football?" I was like,
59.
and they were going, "It's Dortmund, mate. It's massive." I was like, "Nah, you're all right."
Bundesliga
60.
football experience is a must say. It's
He required
right up
80.
there.
Well, the hotel we stayed was literally adjacent to it, and my goodness, the noise was like nothing else I've heard.
40. Robert, you require 157.
Well, this would feel like a kick in the teeth for Evans if this 157 went. It probably sum his week up so far.
Yeah.
97. Lee require 40.
As you say, me personally, I'd use the rest of these games today as an exercise of just trying to put right the wrongs and try and work out what is going wrong. Don't worry about the results too much. Just get the action going. Start getting to the end of the release, because that's the problem at the moment. I just think he's a bit short.
Tots are 3-0.
50.
Oh, he's not
Lee
been
require 40.
on his mettle in terms of the doubling. 2 from 9 for Robert Owen. Surely.
10.
When it's not your week, it's not your week. And Owen returns for double 5. And amazingly, this is still a crucial double because legs difference will come into play. And Robert Owen could do with every leg win he can get. And he may be giving this one away.
30.
It could be costly. Seen it before. Seen this Group A separated on more than one occasion by leg difference.
You require 10. Game shot on the third
Robert
leg.
Owen gets it in the end, as you can see. Not happy with himself as a 22 dart breaker throw, but he opens up a 3-0 lead in this game.
Robert to throw first.
You mentioned for Lee using today almost as a practice session. Is that how you'd look at it? Maybe Luke, use this as a practice session, then maybe put the darts away, just rest, and maybe just take your mind as far away as possible going into tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Just use it to. You're under pressure out there. You know you're under the lights. Try and relieve a bit of that pressure by taking a different approach.
57.
No, he can't do anything from this position. Is Group A that's done. He's going to finish in. He's into Group C, irrelevant what he does from here. So literally, just use it to experiment. Try something different.
58.
He's thrown a lot of low darts, so just sort of start trying to pitch just over the 60. Pick an imaginary line over the 60, and if you just pull in slightly, you'll pull in, but you'll get that feel of where it is again. At the moment, because the triceps engaged, everything's tight. We can see with that throw, there's a lot more fluidity to it, and then he stops. And I wonder if he gets a bit of cramp in his hand. He may hold. Another reason for low darts is over grip on the barrel. So you can't get it out your hand quick enough. So you drag them low. And it's all things that you can literally through an hour or two's practice. You'll sort of feel yourself. You'll feel your way through, and you'll just correct those little issues. I do it all the time. I start off throwing one way, and then slowly and sort of get into how I want to release the dart and the weight of grip. Oh, that's all right. That's perfect.
He split it, hasn't he, Mace? For the match, 8-8. For 15 and a 4-0 victory for Robert Owen against Lee Evans. He had to get a big win somewhere along the line. That is exactly what Robert Owen has done here against Lee Evans. An 84.68 average in a 4-0 win. He is now level on points with Graham Hall, and because of the 4-0 victory, only 2 legs behind the table topper. 4 out of 16 on the doubles, but in fairness, that was played by a leg where both players were struggling on the outer ring. So a 4-0 success for Robert Owen against Lee Evans. Every player now has played 12 times in Group A. Round 13, who will it be lucky for? Will it be Graham or Chaz? We'll find out as Usher faces Barstow after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
If you do want to be here for the Series 1 Grand Final on Saturday night in those seats behind me, watching the players fight it out for £20,000, then just head to dartshop.tv and book your tickets. Absolutely no charge at all. And you can be here at the party in Portsmouth. And it is turning in to a real race for top spot to decide who from this group will make it through to finals night after that thumping victory for Robert Owen. 4-0 win for Owen, you might say. He defeated Lee Evans with a whitewash. Only a 69.91 average for Evans in that one, who's really struggling seemingly, and Robert Owen taking full advantage to win that match 4-0. And it's getting very tight at the top of the Group A table. Owen now moving level on points with Graham Hall in that group table. I think we can have a look at that. Owen on 16 points along with Hall. Graham Usher can join them as well if he wins the next match. He's about to take on Barstow on 6 points, still with Lee Evans, and Conan Whitehead still very much in contention as well. Well, it's been fantastic, the games between this pair so far. 4-3 both days, and yesterday Graham Usher produced a fabulous 161 checkout. Now, he'd taken out a 170 to save the match against Barstow the day before. Barstow must have been thinking, oh no, not again, because Usher went on to win that game. But this time Barstow got himself over the line with this fabulous 1-2-4 finish in response. So if the previous games are anything to go by, this one should be an absolute belter. But Usher so far today has been unstoppable. Can he go level at the top of the table and make it a three-way tie, or can Barstow beat him again? There should only be one result, shouldn't there, based on what we've seen today? But we know better than that, don't we? Henry, Chris, what do you think?
Thank you very much indeed, Murph. And as you say, incredibly, if Graham Usher wins this game, he will go top of the Group A table. That is how proceedings here have bunched up. We thought at the start of the day Graham Usher could put a bit of a spurt on. We knew that he had to get out the gate quickly. That's exactly what he's done. But for Barstow, he's looking for a first victory from his perspective since the 5th game of yesterday morning's session.
And of course, Graham Hall played the opening match of the session, 9:30 Monday morning, won it 4-1, and has never been headed at the top of the table.
100.
Are we going to see a tungsten turnaround at the top of the table?
123.
Turnaround in pressure. The pressure of holding on to a lead. The pressure of trying to defend that lead at the top.
100.
And now he's going to be under a different kind of pressure, because if Usher, as we expect, we can only go on the
45.
form guide, gets this win here, it will be Graham Hall playing chaser for the very first time.
44.
Now, how does psychology change things now? Because Graham Usher perhaps has quietly been sitting around the brim of that top spot in the table. Now he's got the opportunity to go there. Will he now suddenly feel the pressure that perhaps has been off him for the last couple of games?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
140.
It's a tough one. On the Thursday, when I won all my matches on the Thursday morning, it was a different kind of pressure on the Friday, because sort of knew I only need to get a couple of wins, and they're the hardest ones to get.
Graham Usher.
Especially when you lose, if Graham Hall loses his next game, which could well happen, he's playing Robert Owen, who is on a bit of a run at the moment. He's having a bit of a charge like Usher himself. Both Usher and both Whitehead and Owen yesterday, of course, only dropping the one match.
Well, Robert Owen could go 2 points clear at the top of the table if he wins the next match.
Yeah.
And that 5-1 would look incredibly small.
140.
That's the one we picked out this morning, wasn't it? We looked at that and thought, well, if a run of results happened, which incredibly they have,
140.
it's quite possible within the space of a couple of matches, it will be Robert Owen installed as favourite. It could well be
60.
Graham Usher.
Now that particular sportsbook closes at the start of play. It would have been interesting to have seen how the odds
180.
would have changed if we were still in play now.
Yeah, Usher was the 2-5 favourite for the
60.
match.
Grammy require 81.
At the moment, it's going to type.
49. Judge require
Telling Chaz Barstow,
160.
tell you what, pal, you can't take out this 160.
Gamblers gambled and gambled white.
100.
Played
Grammy
his
require
hand
32.
very well.
Game show on the second leg.
This is some
Graham Usher.
performance again from Usher, and incredibly, his average in that 4-0 win over Graham Aller, he averaged
Delegates Graham to throw
107.36.
first.
Right now, at
Game
2-0 against Chaz Barstow. Yep, you've guessed it, 107.36.
100.
He's feeling as much pressure as a flat tyre at the minute, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
96.
just in that zone. Why not? He is playing beautifully.
140.
He's getting better.
140.
And in fairness to Chaz Barstow, this is as well as he's played all week, and he's on the other end of a drubbing.
60.
Well, Graham Usher has a PB in the Super Series Stroke Live League of
47.
111.20. There was a moment that was looking under threat.
65.
Again, Usher forcing Barstow to find at least a 2-treble visit.
60.
only
Premier
60, it's just not enough.
136. 60. Judge
the
require
treble.
158.
2 treble 20s and a double 19. Oh, this would be fabulous.
120. Grammy requires
You
76.
sense that had to go as well, because
Well, it's got to be 11 and ball. I like that
28.
play from Usher. Didn't even think about the
Chaz
treble.
requires
Made sure there'd be a
38.
big 11, guaranteeing that one dart at the ball.
Game shot on the third leg.
went straight
Chaz
for it
Barstow.
and gets the breaker throw. Chaz Barstow, he really did need that. And now this is the interesting thing. Barstow's been
Correct.
around the
Chaz to throw
92.5.
first. Game
Usher's
on.
now brought his average down to just below 95. And you always sense if Barstow could keep his level and Usher met in the middle, he could possibly get an opportunity.
140.
Yeah, well, Usher there had 18 darts in the leg and just ended up having one dart at ball.
140.
Hence the average coming all the way down from the 107. And it touched 109, didn't it? After the 140.
59.
It was certainly a leg that got away. But
140.
what I like about Usher is the response. Back-to-back 140s. Doesn't dwell on the disappointment of having a poor leg.
79.
I think by comparison, you've almost watched Lee Evans' head drop over the course
100.
of this 3 days of Group A.
I mentioned it yesterday. He's just one of those. He's very much the old school type of. He just gets on and throws his darts. He doesn't get caught up in any of the kidology of it all.
Well, he's so quick, isn't he?
96.
Didn't gamble that time with
138.
Barstow on the Della.
I think the 158 may have scared him a bit.
Yeah.
45. Grammy required 25.
This is for 14.
Game shot on the
Well, it's
fourth
a
leg.
15, but it
Graham Usher.
re-establishes that 2-leg cushion for Usher. And he now has the darts for a big, big
Fifth leg, it's Graham
4-1
to throw
win.
first. Game on. 180.
Leg 5. And his second max of the match, tipping his average back over the 100.
28.
You almost don't need us to describe it
58.
at times.
Yeah, when Usher's in full flow, it speaks for itself.
54.
Not many things that leaves us speechless.
59.
But he's 204 points away now from becoming the table topper and deposing
137.
Graham Hall of pole position for the first time since Monday morning.
Yeah, we'll go on to 16 points.
180.
Plus 15 in legs. Graham Hall on 16 points and plus 10. Graham Hall and Robert Owen meet in our next match.
140. Graham, you require 24.
Double 12. 2 6s.
Game shot
For
and
4
the
legs of a
match.
kind for the
Graham
gambler.
Usher.
And Graham Usher is now the man at the top of the Group A table on legs difference. 3 players all tied at the top on 16 points, courtesy of that 4-1 win against Chaz Barstow, with an average just underneath 97, 3 maximums to his name, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, a high checkout of 72. He's on 16 points alongside Graham Hall and Robert Owen, but one of them 2 men will be on 18 because they meet next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Champions Week, where today it has been unstoppable Usher so far. A fabulous display in that previous match. Graham Usher getting a 4-1 victory against Chaz Barstow. He's been averaging around that high 90s toward the 100 mark all day so far, and it has just been dominant stuff from him. Another thumping victory, 4-1, 96.99 there, the average, 4 out of 10 on the doubles. He just seems to have turned it on towards the end of this group, and that means that the race for that coveted first place, the one that qualifies you for finals night, looks like this, with Graham Usher Now, moving up the table. I think we can take a look at it. Yes, Graham Usher, only the second different leader in the group. Graham Hall has been on top of the group ever since it started, but Usher now, because of that leg difference, on top. Robert Owen also on 16 points. Graham Hall could actually find himself in third place after this next match because he does face Robert Owen. Owen, who has produced some spectacular finishes over the course of the week. A 135 we saw, and also a 140 in his match against Graham Hall. Fantastic stuff. In fact, both players have had convincing wins against each other. A 4-1 win for Hall against Owen on Monday, and Owen returned that result yesterday. So you might say all 4-1 and 1 for Hall in that department. And it is a top of the table tussle now. This is really, really important. Every game taking on extra significance. It is such a big prize at the end of this group. Still 4 players in the hunt, but one of them will be outright top at the end of this one. Will it be Graham Hall back in business, or can Robert Owen carry on the climb? Let's find out with Henry and Chris.
Thank you, Murph. Well, that was a beauty. All for one, 1 for Hall. Genius, absolutely genius. But this could be genius if Robert Owen wins this, we'll have a third table topper. Where it looked like for 2 and a bit days, we were only going to get 1.
I think we're going to learn a lot about Graham Hall in this game, because suddenly, and it looked as if at a point yesterday he was going to race away with it, and the group could be done before we even got to today.
Game on.
He could find himself chasing in third, and a victory for Robert Owen by whatever scoreline it were to see him level with Graham Hall on legs difference, when you consider that at the start of the day there was a 7-leg swing in that particular department.
$100.
Well, any win here and Owen goes top. Any win for Hall. He goes back top.
Graham Hall will go outright top on 18. Owen likewise. But Graham Usher
60
has already shown that if there is going to be a slip up from one of these players for the rest of the day, he's there to pick up the pieces. And we were having a look at the fixtures, weren't we? And game 15 could be tasty.
Well,
85.
could all come down to match number 15, couldn't it? As Graham Usher takes on Robert Owen. And the match before, Conan Whitehead takes on Graham Hall. And they're in the, they're the big 4. This one, Monday, Graham Hall won 4-1 with a 93.53. Revenge yesterday for Robert Owen, winning 4-2 with a 94.16. So 1 win apiece. The odds, Graham Hall 4-7.
45. Graham, 136.
What do they know that we don't?
$58. Robert, you're 156.
Too much damage, really, for Robert Owen. If he doesn't get it, he wants to put the pressure on. Needs to find a trouble.
60. Graham, you require 78.
The nerves in this one. It's palpable.
You can feel the tension. You can feel the drama. And you can feel the relief on Graham Hall's face as he gets the opening leg on the board to lead Robert Owen by a leg to 0.
Second against Robert to throw
that one
Game
was just the settler. Maybe just the hors d'oeuvre. Now we're going to have the main.
60.
Let's hope it's a steak and chips kind of game. And not one of
yeah, one of them massive T-bones.
Whoa.
Tomahawk job.
Miller and Carter style.
96.
No, not for you.
Trust you. No, a dirty Argentinian steakhouse tomahawk.
140.
Mind you, not as bad as some of Matthew Edgar's food recommendations.
Got chip crisp sandwiches.
Living the life of a uni student.
Not there's anything wrong with those at 2 in the morning after a
58.
night out with your pals, I suppose.
2, that's an early night.
Work in the morning.
60.
He's just not finding the trebles right now, Robert Owen. Not the regularity we have seen so far in this wonderful Group A.
134.
Building up to everything we hoped for. Our first Champions Week.
$82.
Didn't really have too much choice there.
I would argue that you should have moved second dart.
28.
Well, yeah. Oh, absolutely. But the 60 was a blocker as well, wasn't it? So that's better. Disappointed not to follow that. Ooh.
119.
Oh, I like that. Super aggressive from Robert Owen, showing serious confidence.
90. Robert, you require 40.
Tops to level us up.
That's awkward.
Game shot on the
How has
second
he
leg.
managed to get that in there?
Robert
Well, you
Owen.
can see from that shot how much those darts hang down below, horizontal to the floor.
So look, it's Graham to throw first.
You must
Game
be able
on.
to just see it totally different to what we can see from our angle. We'll have to get him to wear one of those GoPros on his forehead or something, so we can see
58.
what he can see.
We do have one of those overhead camera angles here at the Super Series. Maybe worth next time that he has a dart at top, maybe having a look at that angle when he's
100.
pitched one just over the top, possibly.
Yeah, we just had a look at it there. You can see literally from that angle, it really does show you how far below horizontal the darts are. You can
95.
visibly see, even from that angle, that the Graham Hall darts sit up.
Because that double in the last leg, it looked as if maybe he had about 15% view of the left-hand side of the bed.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he hit.
$58.
They are very much a knit one, purl one, the way they land in the board. For you younger viewers, that's knitting.
123.
Making a hole in the Graham Hall throw here. Gonna need another to leave a finish.
80.
Excellent.
138.
Absolutely excellent. Brilliant setup play to try and lure the breaker throw.
Well, he's just found another level in this leg, hasn't he? He's gone up a gear.
92. Robbie, you require 40.
This was what we were expecting from him today. Double top for breaker throw.
Game shot on
And a
the third
2-1
leg.
lead with a 13
Robert
dart
Owen.
leg. And Robert Owen at this crucial juncture is going through the gears. The breaker
Well,
throw, a
Robert to
2-1
throw
lead.
first.
And 2
Game
more
on.
legs, he'll be top of the group.
Going through the ringer here, thinking, well, I don't want Whitehead in my group. I
95.
certainly don't want Graham Hall, and I don't want Graham Usher, and I definitely don't want Robert Owen. I'm in a bit of a pickle. I have to throw a sickie.
Well, you can come and sit with me tomorrow.
100.
It was that footballer that was just throwing a sick. Well, they used to call him Sick Note, didn't they?
Mm.
Played for Tottenham, didn't he?
Nigel was Tottenham there.
140.
When it comes to the big moment, they'd never come up with anything tangible,
No.
have they?
I might get a bit Spursy tomorrow night.
Well, you can't because you actually won a week.
Yeah.
177.
Beautiful. Beautiful from Graham Hall. As much I love seeing the 180s go in there. It's just
59.
something aesthetically pleasing about seeing that one 7-7. He's responded. Nod of appreciation
140.
from Robert Owen in the foreground. Oh, I've just been reliably informed, and it's definitely Darren Anderton. Maybe you're a bit.
I should have known he played for Pompey for a time, Darren Anderton.
Did he?
Yeah. Double 12 for 2-2.
Massive moments.
78. Robbie requires 67.
And a bit like Darren Anderton, a big miss and a big moment. 2-8 to Owen for 3-1.
59.
And that could be his biggest miss of the week so far.
6.
Well, it could be 2-2-2 or straight at the 3-3. Have to go right, which he does. This would be an absolute corker.
Game shot on the fourth
And an
leg.
absolute crippler
Graham Hall.
for Robert Owen, because Graham Hall gets the break back. 2 darts at 8-8 for
We've
Robert
let
Owen.
Graham to throw
was
first.
spurned.
Game on.
He's somehow pitched away over the top. Don't ask me how, but he has.
Yeah, again, another last darter.
137.
Robert Owen had 2 darts to open up a 3-1 lead. They have come and gone. Graham Hall has taken full advantage of his opportunity.
60.
And now we have a best of 3 to see who will be the first player onto 18 points in Group A.
95.
Be a tough one for Robert Owen to take. Graham Hall goes on to win this match.
60.
3-1 up. I can assure you, we'd have seen a different Robert Owen in this leg. You can see he's still ruining those missed opportunities.
137.
Completely different mentality, of course, from Graham Hall. He's thinking, happy days. I'm back in the match.
Credit to Graham Hall,
100.
because that would have been a
Graham, you've got
test of his
132.
mindset. There would have been question marks on him going into this game, having been deposed at the top of the group for the first time this week.
He can go 19s here. He could also go 18s. 92 would leave tops.
92.
What he does.
Tops after 12 on throw in a crucial leg. And he is going to get
92. Graham,
time.
you require 40.
2 from 6,
Game
3 in
shot the
hand.
fifth
Don't
leg.
expect him to miss,
Graham Hall.
and he doesn't. And he now leads 3-2. What a real topsy-turvy encounter.
See if they get
Filled
Robert to throw first. Game
with
on.
Absolute pressure.
You can feel the tension from in here in the commentary box, and I'm sure you are, wherever you
Well,
are tuning in at home.
We're next to the
81.
practice room, and there's absolute silence in there, where normally you can hear them, you know, having a bit of banter. They'll all be glued to the screen.
I've never known this venue to be so
140.
quiet. I think everybody knows the seriousness of this all.
I don't know how many monitors there is in this building, but
100.
whoever is in here is glued to one.
Be like watching the football results outside Dixon's in the 90s.
58.
I've been told.
It is true. Used to have teletext then, mate.
CFAX.
81.
Well, it should start on the 19s here with Owen on 239. Nothing he can do from 282.
98.
Just keeps the pressure on the Owen throw. Owen will be desperate to take this to a decider. See if he can force a mistake, but it's
40.
Robert Owen making the mistakes.
Huge dart. Huge
Should go ball.
moments.
130.
And how this game has changed. Robert Owen had 2 darts to lead by 3 legs to 1. They came and went, and ever since it's been the Graham Hall show here. And he's 75 points away from securing a crucial victory that put him to the top of the Group A table.
Double 11. 22 remaining. Oh, this would hurt.
Game shot on the match.
A crucial
Graham
victory
Hall.
for Graham Hall, which puts him back to the top of the Group A table. With the chasing pack bearing him down, he is still the man to beat. A 4-2 win over Robert Owen with a 93.1 average, 4 from 8 on the doubles. Crucially, Robert Owen had 2 darts to go 3-1 in front. They came, they went, and they didn't go in. And Graham Hall won every single leg from there to become the first player to go on 18 points in this group. We're going to have a little bit of a break from the top of the table in our next match. Conan Whitehead can join Owen and Usher on 16 if he can get the better of Lee Evans.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this Champions Week is hotting right up, and Graham Hall will be feeling a little bit better after that 4-2 success against Robert Owen. Owen could have leapfrogged Hall and gone clear at the top of the table. Instead, it is Graham who has returned there. Just keeps on hanging on, doesn't he, Graham Hall? A 4-2 win for the G-Man, a 93 average in it, but as Henry said at the end of commentary there, the key leg was where Owen missed a couple of darts to lead the match 3-1, and Hall won the remaining legs from there. So he is the one who now moves clear at the top of the table. A bit of a Hall soother, that victory for Graham. 2 points ahead of Usher and Owen now. He just seems like an immovable object, doesn't he? After every round of games, he is top of the tree. Coming next is a match between Conan Whitehead and Lee Evans, and it's an important one for Conan Whitehead because he's looking to stay in this race. Has done nothing wrong really today. Players above him keep winning. He needs to keep clinging on. Lee Evans has had kind of the opposite kind of fortunes over the last couple of days. Conan did beat Lee Evans when the pair met yesterday. In fact, he's beaten him 4-3 on both occasions so far this week and has faced 8 match darts from Evans in those games. Evans missing a couple there before Conan Whitehead stepped forward and landed the crucial match-winning double 16 to take the points for the second day on the spin. So as I said, Whitehead is looking to stay on the shoulder and keep himself in contention in this 4-horse race. Can he do it? Let's find out with Henry and Chris.
Thank you very much, Murph. And, well, it's not been a happy hunting ground here for Lee Evans against Conan Whitehead, losing by the same margin on Monday and Tuesday, 4-3, 4-3. And they've met before as well, haven't they, Henry?
Yeah, they met last year in Phase 3. It was in a Group C campaign, and Conan Whitehead was the victor on both occasions, 4-1 and then 4-2. That second performance of Conan Whitehead was a 102.84 average, so he can play some of his best here against the man nicknamed Evs, who at this point is just looking to gain as much confidence as possible going into tomorrow morning's Group C campaign, where he will be joined by Gavin Carlin, Josh Payne and Peter Jakes.
180.
Conan Whitehead will be hoping to avoid Group C and be hoping to be a part of the Thursday and Friday night action.
I've been thinking to myself this week that there's a player that Graham Hall reminds me of in pretty much every department. Pace, the way he can grind and graft. Danny Noppert.
Very similar action. Major champion this year.
Yeah,
96.
certainly, like Danny's success. Why not? Still in the infancy of his career
40
is Graham Hall. How far can he go? Well, on the evidence of what we've seen with application, as far as he wants to go, the talent is definitely there and the mindset is there. Very much like that of Danny Noppert, because Danny Noppert's mental approach to the game is outstanding.
Well, look at what this tournament's done to the likes of Connor Scott.
100.
It's lifted him above the tungsten parapet and now a PDC tour card holder. And that is what a lot of those players' ambitions are. Whitehead's ambition was to win the opening leg. He's buzzed the 11 by going into the single 19, and this would be a steal for Evans.
Well, he took a risk initially going for the ball when Lee Evans was way back, really. Maybe could have been another option.
43.
Ironically,
you require 11.
Been way off the ball most of the time. That time when he didn't want it, slams it right in the middle. Double 2 for 1-0.
7. Lee requires 64.
It's been a bit scrappy in this opening leg, and Lee Evans can pick up the pieces if he can get the double 16.
32.
Not to be. Whitehead returns for double 2.
Require 4. Game shot the first
gets the
leg.
double 2 and wins
Whitehead.
the opening leg. And for Whitehead, he probably knows what he knows. He's not really in the conversation for winning the group, but he can put himself in the mix in terms of getting into the top 3, which gets you a place in Group B, where it's 3 from 5 that go through. Those who finish 4th, 5th and 6th will play in Group C on Thursday and Friday morning, and only 2 from 6 go through from that.
That's going to be a toughie. Gavin Carlin, Josh Payne, Peter Jakes away in Group C.
45. 128. 83.
Oh, Conan Whitehead already has the darts in leg 2. Needs to build on it, though.
86.
Great last start. Comes for cover.
96.
Again, Conan still has the throw in leg 2.
45.
Could come down. He may go straight back up.
54. Conan, you require 148.
Yeah.
Just
Actually said it all.
gesturing there. They're all over the place.
Who'd want to be a spotter on a visit like that?
24. Lee, you require 141.
Well, this would sum up this game if he takes this out. No, it's not going to happen. It's an interesting route.
63. Conan, you require 124.
Evans would have felt the urge there, wouldn't he, to have taken that out?
That leaves 52. 16.
102.
Oh, yeah,
Lee
I was
requires
right.
78.
It was 52. Conan miscounted. Yeah, 52. Hit the treble 10. That leaves 22.
58.
He wants to
Conan,
get
you
Graham
require
all in to find this
22.
double 11.
The 2-0.
3 for double 4.
18. Lee required 20.
Double 10. Be desperate just to get something on the board to give himself a bit of confidence. But it has been a stream of misses for Evans.
Yeah, sums
Conan,
up
you require 4.
his day, unfortunately. Well, sums up his 3 days. It's been a real struggle. As we've seen
Game
before,
shot in the second leg. Conan Whitehead.
after Group A, the players reset, regroup, and go again.
Delegates
Don't be
Conan to
surprised.
throw first.
See him
Game on.
right in the mix tomorrow afternoon in that Group C.
And this just feels like a tired game, doesn't it? I think both players know realistically where they're going to be. As I say,
140.
Conan Whitehead does have the chance to play in Group B on Thursday and Friday, although he's got to bridge a big gap in the leg difference from Messrs. Owen and Usher. I think both players know the
85.
realisation of where they're going to spend their next couple of days, and as a consequence, sometimes throw a couple of tired darts, and then sometimes you can throw some excellent darts, a bit like that.
180.
It's a second max. Second max for Conan. 3 scores between a ton and 139. Couple of 140s, couple of 180s.
100. 84. Conan, you require 81.
Double 12 for an 11 dart
Game
leg.
shot in the
And
third
Conan
leg.
Whitehead is
Conan
beginning to turn the
Whitehead.
screw in this game. He's upped his average to around about 83 and a half. He's 3-0 up on Lee Evans. He has the
Four-legged Lee
darts
to
in
throw
the fourth, and
first.
it's been
Game
another
on.
attritional battle really for him.
Yeah, less than half the darts used to win leg 2. 24 darter in leg 2, but bounces back superbly with that beautiful 11 darter. Answers on a postcard.
43.
Madness. Absolute madness.
His throw today has looked like a
140.
Rolex. Silky smooth.
58.
Do you feel Lee Evans is starting to force the issue now?
I wouldn't want to know what's going through his mind
41.
right now. He obviously is desperately disappointed. I know how it feels. I had many a stinker last week, and like I say, you just
121.
want to get off.
I think the annoying thing for him is he
100.
played so well in qualifying for Champions Week, and now here he's not really showing the representation of himself that we know he's capable of, because he is capable of a very, very high ceiling.
39.
And it's just not quite happened this week for Lee so far.
Yeah, and the same can be said for Chaz Barstow. Exactly the same. And form, you try and hold your form. And when you know you've sort of got a big tournament coming up, and it's sometimes just
56.
virtually impossible to hold on to that form. It just dips, and then you can sort of work your way back. You peak in this sport, I do believe.
140.
I've seen many
Handing you
players this year's
164.
form peak and trough, of course.
And how many different arguments have we had about who was world number one this year?
Exactly, there you go.
They require 100.
Oh, Conan Whitehead could end the argument in this game altogether in in a visit's time. If Evans cannot get tops, he won't. And so Whitehead returns
60.
for double 12
24.
for the win.
12.
But Evans will return for
They
tops to
require
get
40.
a leg on the board.
Yeah, it feels like it's just going to be a consolation.
Game shot on the fourth
Pins
leg.
it with the first star and a sarcastic celebration. At least he's seeing the funny side of it. That's good to see.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
At least he can still have a bit of a smile and a joke about it, even if inside he is probably boiling with rage.
81.
I'm not sure he's that kind of guy. I think he'd just be desperately disappointed. But like I said, beauty of playing in Group A, you get to go again tomorrow. All is not lost. And we've seen many a player.
58.
In fact, we call it the curse of winning Group A, don't we?
Kieran Tian.
Oh,
that's excellent for Whitehead. He actually got 6 points in Group A, Kieran Tian. He struggled at the bottom of the group. Regrouped for Thursday, Friday morning. Came here Saturday night, won the lot.
There you go. And got paid. Nice little £5,000 in the back pocket.
Not bad for a week's work, is it, Mace?
Well, I had to take a pay cut last week, but there you go.
It
was all worth it.
157.
He could go 45 for 30, but I doubt it.
137.
No, sensibly.
Done the right thing there, and he's on the cusp of a 4-1 win, which would put him on to 16 points following the end of the 13th round of fixtures. Everyone would have had 13 games, and Conan Whitehead secures a 4-1 victory against Lee Evans, which puts him on to 16 points in the group. There's now a 10-point gap between 4th and 5th in Group A. Whitehead with a 4-1 win, courtesy of that 87.99 average. 3 maximums to his name. 4th and 13 on the doubles, a high out of 81. And so Whitehead wins against Lee Evans. Coming up after the break, Chaz Barstow's in action. He takes on Graham Hall, who can move on to 20 points if he can secure victory.
Welcome back. The action continues on Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. And Conan Whitehead, he's still in contention after a very dominant display against Lee Evans, who has been unfortunately lacklustre so far this week, and it's getting worse today for Evans. A 4-1 defeat at the hands of Whitehead, who averaged just shy of 88 in that one, and 81 the high checkout. Could have won it 4-0, missed starts to do so. Evans did land that double top to get a leg on the board, greeted by a little bit of a sarcastic celebration, but Whitehead gets a win that sees him cling to the coattails of those at the top of the table. It is still a 4-horse race. Graham Hall, top of it on 18 points and playing next, which could be an advantage because he could move 4 points clear with everyone having 2 games left to play. It would be a big gap to bridge. However, for Conan Whitehead, he still has Graham Hall and Robert Owen to play, so let's not rule him out just yet, though he may need a favour from Chaz Barstow in this next match against Graham Hall. Barstow so far, though, has lost all 3 of his matches today, including defeat to Graham Usher in his previous match. We can see Usher getting over the line with a 4-1 win against Barstow here. And he also lost to Graham Hall yesterday. An 85 finish, the highlight of the match for Hall in that one. So a big task for Chaz Barstow. But out of the 2 players at the bottom of the table, I think Mason Henry would probably agree that Barstow looks the more likely to get that result, that spoiler result that hasn't really come so far today. Remarkably as well, there's been so many dominant displays. At this point yesterday, 7 out of the 9 matches had gone 4-3. Today, only 1 of them, as the top 4 seem to be just racing away. It is going to be an exciting race, but Graham Hall can put maybe a foot in finals night if he gets the job done here. Let's hand back over to the boys in the box to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Murph. Will Barstow be the spoiler in this group? Well, Messrs Usher and Owen will be watching this in the practice room with quite some interest, because a victory here for Graham Hall would put him on to 20 points and would put him
It feels like it's Chaz to
virtually
throw
there.
first.
He'd put
Game on.
1 foot into Saturday night's final. After 14 games, he'd be on 20, with the others on 16.
54.
With 3 games to play. Sorry, 2 games to play. 1 more for Graham Hall after this, 2 more for the Reds. We're into round 14 of 15. We're heading towards the
99.
final furlong in Group A.
Yeah, who is going to make a kick? And as you say,
40.
can Barstow be the spoiler? I just don't think so. Very much like Lee Evans, it's just not been there for Barstow this week. Again, writing off
83.
at your peril tomorrow. 6-4 Barstow for this. Graham Hall, a very, very
100.
backable 1-2. Graham Hall won this tie on Monday
100.
convincingly 4-1, and it was our final game of the session yesterday. Graham Hall winning again 4-2, 8-3 on aggregate.
And so if you like trends, it could be a 4-3 win for Graham Hall in this one.
137.
They've been a rarity today, and of course Lee Evans incredibly picking up his first leg of the day in the last match. Hence the
91.
sarcastic celebration.
Graham, you require
We had a
82.
lovely cheer from the players' practice room next to the commentary box.
And it's good to see, even though there's so much at stake, there's still a nice vibe in there.
62. Judge record 116.
Yeah, as he walked into the players' room, they all give him a friendly round of applause.
96. Graham, you require 20.
Full-on chat Barstow slams that tops in.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he gets punished by Graham Hall. And that's a break in the opening leg, leading Barstow by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's
And a bit
Graham
like
to
Lee
throw
Evans, we can say the
first.
same conversation
on.
about Chaz Barstow. He can use these last few games as a practice session and then come back tomorrow. Try and come back tomorrow refreshed, revitalised.
I think it's probably in the practice room there. Everything is working perfectly. But it's out here it matters.
59. $45.
They all looked a little tight and a little tired. Just throwing the arm out on the walk back just to loosen everything up. He understands the importance of this one.
Well, in the last game against Robert Owen, it took him a couple of legs to settle in, but once he did, he was fine. There was a tense first couple of legs in that particular match, but then
58.
Took full advantage of those missed darts at double from Stack Attack. Those 2 darts that you had for 3-1, which came and went, and Barstow, sorry, not Barstow, Graham Hall won every single leg from there.
Yeah, and in fairness to Rob Owen, they were right on the money, weren't they? Every time you think, right, he's just going off the boil. He does something like that. Very Danny Noppert-esque.
100. Graham, you require 84.
Averaging 98 in this particular moment in time. 84.
It doesn't feel that good.
It doesn't, though, does it? It's making it look so business-like and so routine. This is for a 15. And it feels like a slow leg. That is the levels he's producing this week.
He has been, without doubt,
the
best
chance
player.
to throw first.
And he's been the best player at finding a way to win as well.
139.
So he's picking off those last start opportunities.
Well, we looked at the stats, didn't we, on Monday morning between the players, and we were looking at the average. I mean, his overall average for Series 1 was the highest of anyone, 92.8. As you can see, the average there, 100.24. So in qualifying, statistically, he was the best player, and we were wondering whether it would then translate to the big occasion here at Champions Week, and so far, it is proven to be the case.
100.
The staggering stats was the doubling stats in qualification for this week was at 40%.
100.
In fact, his stats have actually gone down for the series over the last couple of days. In the week he qualified, he averaged 94.34 for the week and 41% on the doubles, had 28 maximums. That's just been brought down a little bit because of the first 2 days of Champions Week.
Yeah.
Jan van Veen in the week 3 final.
Looking at his averages over the course of today, 94, 94, 93.1. So they're bang on around that 94 mark, which was his qualifying stat. So he's playing to type.
You play like that in this format, you make yourself very hard to beat. You make yourself almost impossibly hard to beat if you can keep taking out finishes like the 128.
Judge require 80.
And he wasn't a million miles away either. 15 ball, treble 15, double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that was a big ball for Barstow. Keeps him in the game at 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw first.
Keeps Graham Hall honest.
Yeah, Graham won't be too disappointed. There's only a leg with throw, and of course Graham Hall has that early break which he needed to win the match.
59.
Another hold, puts himself one away in that 2-leg cushion again.
57.
Next up after this, Lee Evans against Graham Usher for you here at the Super Series on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series
76.
YouTube channel. And if you are there, do give us a subscribe. Alongside the live coverage, we'll be giving you extra bonus behind-the-scenes content. We'll be chatting with the players,
180.
reaction from our pundits and commentators as well, and plenty of other content. Do subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for everything to do with us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
57. $140.
Found his mojo.
Suddenly things
99,
don't look so
Judge
comfortable for Graham
124.
Hall in this match.
Oh, the break back is on. Got to be treble 16. 17 for tops.
84.
For a 13 dart leg, tops after 12. Suddenly I feel a little bit of energy in the practice room.
58. Judge required 40.
There's a few rumblings.
$20. Graham
again,
required 152.
First start at the double was just too close.
This is just for a hold. It's still on. Double 16.
136.
That would have been absolutely incredible if it went. But Barstow
Judge
back for the break
20.
and for 2-2 with the double 10.
Been devastating for
Hamish
Barstow.
on the fourth
He
leg.
steps in.
Chaz Barstow.
No problem this time. Got ourselves a level game.
Desmond.
Fifth leg, it's
Bit of
Chaz to
2-2.
first. Game on.
Can Hall get to 2-0?
100.
That's the question we're going to ask over the next possibly 3 legs. But what would defeat here for
96.
Graham Hall mean for the rest of the group in your eyes?
Well, they'll be fully aware of the table like we are. And
96.
when it looked like Hall, well, if he goes on to win, will just pull 4 points clear. And the leg difference, of course. They'll probably all be a little bit
43.
deflated because mathematically, of course, they can still catch them, but it would take a monumental effort.
58.
Where a defeat here, he would just stay on the 18 points. And there's 3 other players within a 2-point striking distance. So 1 win. And up next, it is Graham Usher against Lee Evans. And all the respect in the world, you'd expect Usher to win that one and win it big. And once again, we'd have
85.
We'd have 2 players locked on 18 points, only separated by leg difference.
If Chaz wins this match, does Graham Usher then become the favourite to win the group?
Yeah. Because,
83.
well, Graham Hall's got Conan Whitehead in the penultimate match. And I can assure you, Conan will be going all out for the win there. Robert Owen has 2 to go.
105.
1 against Conan, which
Graham,
could throw up all sorts of
139.
permutations, and then 1 against Graham Usher. We needed the 57 to leave 82. So
87. Judge
big,
57.
big visit incoming. Tops, 2 in hand.
Game
That is a big double and a
Chaz
big time
Barstow.
for Barstow. He stepped back to recompose. It was the right decision because he then stepped back up, pinned the tops,
Six-legged Graham
and now
to
he's a
throw
leg away
first.
from victory
Game on.
against Graham Hall. These are big, big moments ahead for the whole complexion of the group. Graham Hall, you sense, will need to pull off the turnaround He's kind of in a win and you're probably in territory. So then if he loses, his back being against the wall of some sorts.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to question the
58.
reset from Barstow, but he was obviously not happy with the way the dart was sitting in the hand. Stepped back and found it, but look at the response yet again. How many times have we seen this from Graham Hall that we're contemplating that he's in a spot of bother and he just produces.
140.
He's averaging 95.5 and he finds himself up against it here.
85.
Watching him this week, can see why he's been picking up so many opens up and down the country. He has been prolific in winning
60.
the non-ranking
Randy
events
Rock,
that are really
136.
tough to win.
Some senses they're tough to win than the ranking events. Now one of them for double eight, for 3-3.
128. 26. Graham, you require 8.
He's got
All
time.
about the last leg, isn't it?
Game shot on the 6th flag. Graham Hall.
Well, here we go. This one leg could change everything in
Seventh
this
and
Group
final
A.
is Chaz to throw first. Game on.
Make no mistake, the biggest leg of the day so far. Barstow has the darts. Graham Hall wins, he goes on to 20 points. If Barstow can take the spoils, it's anyone's game, but he only starts with a 29.
He has lost a few this week already, 4-3.
140.
What a start to a leg you know you have to win. But how about this for a response? How about that for a response?
180.
Credit to Chaz Barstow there.
Well, especially after his opening gambit of 29. I was fearing the worst. Probably Graham Hall was thinking, I've got you.
83.
Only 83. If Barstow can follow it up with a 2-trouble visit, can he win one?
41.
4-3. And then 29, 180, 41.
And he's let Hall off the hook. And he is taking full advantage.
We brought it up earlier, the amount of times he hits a 180, but it's just sandwiched in between a low score.
140. Graham, you require 140.
Now that may change things at 140, but Graham Hall first to finish 144. Nearly got the 136 in the last leg. Barstow will get a go at the 111 to open things right up in this Group A.
Chaz, you require 111.
And only 44. Trouble 17. Oh, it's got to be trouble 16 because the trouble 20 is a blocker.
71.
What a dart.
Graham, you require 100.
Almost know what's coming in here. Graham Hall taking out the ton.
Tops. What a dart.
Go
And what a win for Graham Hall, because it puts him
Graham Hall.
on to 20 points in the group. It is advantage to the G-Man. It looks as if he's going to be the man at the end of Group A. A 4-3 victory against Chaz Barstow with an average of 97.05. 2-1 to Barstow in the maximum count. 4 for 9 on the double, saw Graham Hall the victor over Chaz Barstow. He wins 4-3. We're going to take a short break, and afterwards we're going to see Graham Usher, see how he can react to that as he takes on Lee Evans.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Chris Mason has come up from the commentary box to join me, and it's a good game to reflect on because it could prove to be the pivotal one and the one that clinches Graham Hall's place at finals night.
Yeah, he just has this incredible ability to find a way to win. I sort of compared him to Danny Noppert in he doesn't do anything particularly spectacular. I mean, I know we had that wonderful 103 plus average, but he's just got so much bottle under pressure, and you give him a sniff and he just takes it out. And a perfect example was in that last leg. You know, not the best Chaz Barstow has played, but he was grafting away, left tops, and I said it in comms, here we go, this ton's going in, and he two darts it.
Yeah, we saw that average as well, 97, even though he was really his back against the wall in that one, as Henry said in commentary. We'll look at the league table because it's not quite over yet, but Graham Hall knows he's now one win away. It's totally in his hands. Can you see anybody threatening to make it a real grandstand finish?
Well, Conan's going to have to beat Graham Hall for anything else to happen with regards to Owen and Usher. And of course, Owen's got to play Whitehead himself. So the lads down there were hoping for a Barstow win there because it had kept it all alive, as we were, as impartial as we like to be. We want to be as exciting as possible for the viewers. But yeah, it's in Hall's hands now. I think it's very unlikely. It's mathematically possible, but unlikely.
Yeah, particularly difficult for Whitehead and Owen because of their inferior leg difference. But Graham Usher has been winning games so handsomely that if he can get a favour of Conan Whitehead, then maybe he is the man to do it. We did see Graham Usher take out 120 against Lee Evans yesterday. Now, that's who he's playing in the next game. We've kind of been waiting for that one result that's going to ruin someone's day, but in all honesty, it hasn't looked like it's going to come from Lee Evans. No,
not today. Very much like Barstow. And it's hard to explain. They could have been informed 2 weeks ago. You peak in any sport. Darts is no different. We've seen it throughout the year at the highest level of the game. You just go through peaks and troughs. And for whatever reason, the opening 3 days, Lee and Chaz have really struggled. But the beauty of this format, when you're in that Group A, is you've got Group B or Group C, and it's you start afresh and you go again. And we've seen it happen before here at the Super Series, where a player just switches it on Thursday and Friday, goes on and wins it on the Saturday.
Well, yeah, we saw it last week, didn't we? Graham Usher, the gambler, well, he has been playing his hands pretty well so far, but he is going to need a little bit of luck now after that win for Graham Hall. Can he carry on doing what he's been doing well? We'll see when he faces Lee Evans. Mace will go and join Henry to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Murph. And was that the move for Graham Hall, which sees him into Saturday night's final, courtesy of being the winner of Group A? Well, it's as simple as this now for Graham Usher. He has to win this match against Lee Evans. Otherwise, he is out of the running. Lee Evans could play the role of ultimate spoiler in this game. The 34-year-old from Kensford, nicknamed Evs, up against the gambler, age 49, from Scarborough. Knows that this is his
to throw first. Game on.
Last chance saloon in terms of qualification. Graham Hall has put himself on the brink with that win. Usher, Owen, Whitehead have to win. We know one will be knocked out of the
57.
contest because Owen and Whitehead face each other next.
81.
Yeah, we're almost into that straight shootout, knockout darts or straight shootout scenarios. I'd hoped to get a few spoilers today.
81.
As Murph mentioned just a moment ago, it's just not quite happened.
40.
I did admire there. It was important, the integrity of sport, and Barstow
58.
absolutely nothing to play for but pride and give it absolutely everything.
And perhaps be
81.
and feel disappointed that he didn't get the win there as well against Graham Hall. I mean, a slow start to this one, mind.
Yeah, well, you've got one player
60.
just trying to find a bit of form. Oh, you've got Graham Usher still chasing that dream of winning Group
60.
A and enjoying sitting back in his hotel with his feet up with a nice coffee, watching Everybody else getting put through it. Because it is a long slog, and
63.
cannot forget, fatigue will play its part tomorrow. I was absolutely out on my feet on Friday morning. Literally with just nothing else to give. Fortunately, managed to scrape through, and then of course you've got the rest of Friday off and the rest of Saturday off, and you know, you sort of get an opportunity to do a quick recharge.
19. Lee require
86 for Evans for an opening leg hold. Only be his second leg of the day. Another one of them. The bull.
55. Grammy require 40.
And again, a dart that's low and left.
Game shot in the first leg.
Graham
Graham
Usher
Usher.
will just be relieved to get that one out the way. Break a throw and really try and
Second leg, it's Graham to
kick
throw
on.
first.
Leg difference is
Game
not
on.
the issue, of course, for Usher. It's the point situation.
140.
And as we've mentioned, he's going to have to rely on a favour from Conan Whitehead, unless, well, as you said, one of the two players, himself and Robert Owen, are
100.
out of the equation.
$140.
One thing we do know from this group, Conan Whitehead will be going all out, win or lose to Robert Owen, to defeat Graham Hall.
91.
Because there's still something in it for Conan. And he can still get into the top three, which would mean a place in Group B tomorrow Friday night as opposed to the morning session, and a better chance of getting through 3 from 5 compared to 2 from 6. And Usher here looking to open up a 2-0 lead in this particular matchup with Evans back on 269. 86 he wants.
54.
Sensibly, it's teeing up the double 16.
$99.
Great last
Grammy
one.
require 32.
Against the 170 man. Is he going to get a go?
Game shot on the second leg.
No,
Graham
is the
Usher.
answer.
Double 8 opens up 2-0 lead. 15 dart. Hold a throw.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first.
Almost been regulation for the players today, hasn't it? So it started off on Monday around 17 darts, then and 16 darts felt like the normal leg yesterday.
79.
Today, I feel like we've had a lot of 15 dart leg and unders.
Standard's been getting better as the week's gone on. It doesn't get better than that.
$96. $100. $46. $96.
Well, 125 for Usher. First start will be at the vault. 25 leaves a ton. Treble 20 and tops.
125.
No real safe way to go on 125 apart from attack.
Game shot in the third leg. Graham Usher.
It's getting better in increments because that's now a 12 on the back of a 15. If we're going better by increments of 3.
Graham to throw first. Game on.
We do like numbers. Oh. Ah.
100.
I'll be honest, if he got a 9 there, I was going to retire from commentary because he wouldn't have got better than that.
Nah. Just drop the mic. Completed it, mate.
There's probably some people out there probably thinking, oh, Graham, please do that.
100.
And it would have been for the 9 darter sake.
140.
Well, if he wins 4-0 here,
96.
Usher, he puts himself on plus 18 on the legs difference. He'd have as many
41.
points as he would legs difference. It's incredible.
Yeah, to think that he won't win the group.
He's got to rely on snookers.
Yeah.
44. $140.
Behind either the brown or the blue ball.
Yeah, again, we're seeing averages approaching the ton mark from
85. Graham, you require 80.
Graham Usher. He has just got better and better and better.
60.
He's going to return for his double 10 with Evans back on 176.
$115.
So
Graham,
to
you require
pile the
20.
pressure on Graham Hall. Double 5.
15.
Doesn't
He
go.
requires 61.
I didn't see that coming. As options, 4 tops, bit of Motown, double 13. Go your own way, mate.
35. Graham, you require 5.
Double 2.
Game,
For a 4-0
shot on
win
the mat.
for Graham Usher to
Graham
put him on
Usher.
to 18 points and to keep his chances of qualification alive. He gets the better of Lee Evans with a whitewash victory, an 88.41 average, 2 180s in the match, 4 from 14 on the doubles, but that brilliant high checkout of 125 was the highlight from that particular matchup. Time for a quick break. When we return, we are going to see Robert Owen and Conan Whitehead complete the 14th round of fixtures.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
It is getting closer, isn't it? That first grand final of a MODUS Super Series stage. And you could be here as well on Saturday night. Tickets available from dartshop.tv. Will Graham Usher be there? A 4-0 win against Lee Evans has kept him in contention in Group A. Evans with just 2 darts at double in that entire match. Usher taking out a 1-2-5 and producing the goods once again. He has been unstoppable so far today, and we can see what it means for the league table. Usher still hot on the heels of Graham Hall, who still has it in his own hands. We know that he is 1 win away. And the next match is an elimination contest between 3rd and 4th place Robert Owen and Conan Whitehead. Whoever loses it won't be able to top the group at the end of the day. Robert Owen is lost out to Graham Hall earlier on. 74 finish for Hall, and this really was crucial. Owen missed darts to lead this match 3-1. It could have been such a different story at the top of the table, but this kept Graham Hall in control. And then a similarly tenacious win, darting defiance from Graham Hall when he beat Chaz Barstow in the previous match. Robert Owen let a lead slip against Conan Whitehead yesterday as well. This brilliant 1-4-4 checkout from Whitehead helped him come back from 3-1 behind to beat Robert Owen when the pair met yesterday. So a big contest for the pair of them. It'll determine the direction of their week. Owen and Whitehead. The winner stays in. The loser cannot top the group at the end of the day. Something will be settled. Mason Henry will talk you through it.
It is tournament darts from here on in for Messrs Whitehead and Owen. The winner will keep themselves in the race to top Group A. The loser will be out of the battle. Robert Owen, the 38-year-old from Ogmore Vale, he was 5-1 at the start of the day with the odds compilers to go on and win the group. Conan Whitehead was a 9-1 shot to go on and claim top honours in Group A alongside Graham Usher. But it is Graham Hall who has the lead at the top of the table, a 2-point buffer, and all he has to do is win his game with Conan Whitehead in 2 games' time, and he will be through, and that will be the end of the conversation.
First leg, it's Robert to throw
took our
first.
advice around about
Game
20
on.
past 9 this morning on our YouTube preview show. We've given them a good run for their money.
60.
I thought Robert Owen was a little too big
140.
at 5-1. But he has battled hard all day, and well, the
60.
big killer for him. He had the opportunity to lead 3-1 against Graham Hall. Missed a dart at the ball, of course, and then went on to hit the 9 and put them both on the wire of 8-8. Things could have been oh so different.
Well, we would have had 3 players on 18 points to start with.
45.
What could have been for Robert Owen? That might be what he'll be saying at the end of 3 days playing Group A. May not even get into Group B.
Yeah, that's staggering. Not good news for me.
100. Conan, you've got 121.
You wait your return tomorrow night from 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV, where you are going to be joined in the field by Kieran Tian, Darryl Pilgrim, and the 2nd and 3rd place player in Group A. Conan Whitehead will be hoping to be a part of the top 3. He could still possibly win the group. Double 16 for 13 dart leg to start the match against Owen. Has to move all the way across the board.
No score.
Almost down in Gunner Wharf.
He was almost on the ferry, wasn't he?
Nine.
But I'm sure he got a better view at Gun Wharf than he did of the double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
Squeezes it
Conan
in
Whitehead.
for a break of throw and a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
18 dart breaker throw for the Barbarian in the opening leg. Robert Owen hasn't got out the traps yet.
95. $60.
Maybe both a little deflated after seeing Barstow get beat.
60.
Having to regroup.
Well, this would be music to the ears of Graham Hall, because the opposition's being picked off one by one. Of course, he can do it for himself against
58.
Conan in the next game, although in the scoring phase, Conan was okay. He had a few difficulties when it got to the latter ends in the first leg.
140.
But Owen is waiting to find the spark. That 140 could be that for him.
140.
But then just as he thought he was going to make a bit of headroom in this game, back comes Whitehead.
140. Going in 140.
Well, that was a bit ambitious.
Didn't want to fill it, of course.
58.
I love the enthusiasm of our production staff. Tops for a 13 darter. Double 10.
Game shot in the second leg. Robert Owen.
Good response from Owen. It's the 14 dart break back in leg 2. Back on throw.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And you feel a whole lot better following the first leg with a 14 dart break back. So it is back on throw. Back
83.
with Owen's advantage in that particular stake.
100.
Almost identical averages. 84.43 Owen, 84.33 Whitehead.
96.
A little bit below their stats for the week going
94.
into today. Robert Owen over the first 2 days averaged 90.42. Whitehead 86.7. Both very similar on the doubling statistics. Robert Owen 31.5%
81.
checkout ratio, whilst Whitehead 32.5%. So not much to separate them. Again, you look at the maximum count, 14 for Owen, 17 for Whitehead. So going into today, they were very much an even split.
Yeah, very on par with each other.
41. Counting your 167.
And looking at a third consecutive breaker throw.
83.
Well, following a 14 from Owen in the last leg,
55.
Whitehead is on
Conan, you require 84.
for one likewise in the third. And again, this would be for a third breaker throw. 64 left. Owen's on a finish, but he's saying to his Welsh opponent, I do not fancy you for the 145.
Mind games.
He was right.
95. Conan, you require 32. Game shot
It
the
is
third leg.
3 consecutive
Conan
breaks to
Whitehead.
throw in this one. Both players guilty of blowing a bit hot and cold
Fourth leg,
so
it's
far.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
like a KT.
121.
The music track, isn't it? Hot and cold.
A bit of cinematics there from our director. Very impressive.
A bit like Katy Perry, you're going to hear Conan War.
$58.
And the way this game's gone with the pattern of breaks, he's actually threatening a hold with a 1-2-1 followed by a 180.
Yeah, we're going to get our first hold of throw in the match.
$125. Can you book 140?
Could be Robert Owen, who finds himself
60.
in Group C with Barstow, Lee Evans, Gavin Carling, Josh Payne and Peter Jakes. Good luck with that tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m.
Did you imagine we'd be saying that at the start of the day? Robert Owen in Group C.
I'll be tucked up in my pit.
Lucky for some. Tots for Whitehead, he'll be hoping that he's going to be spending Thursday and Friday nice and cosy wherever he's staying. I suppose where he's based, he could probably maybe go home for a couple of days if he so liked, if he progressed his way through. Tots for 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
16 dart leg for Conan Whitehead. He's going through the gears here. And he's a leg away from victory.
Yeah, those 6 visit turns are more than enough at the moment. 88.34 the average for Conan Whitehead. Absolutely rock solid.
100.
He's playing to type.
140.
And playing his way back into the equation.
140. 180.
Is that the nail in the coffin?
85.
What a leg this is. 140, 180, followed by a 1-2-2. And Conan Whitehead is on for an 11 dart leg to win this oh so pivotal match 4-1.
It's a match we expected to go all the way.
Tops. And the Barbarian is still in the battle to be the best player in Group A. He gets the better of Robert Owen by 4 legs to 1, thus ending his hopes of progressing through automatically via the weekday group through to Saturday night. Conan Whitehead then the victor with a 95.33 average, 2 maximums in the match, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, and the high checkout there was that 59 for an 11 dart leg to seal the deal for Conan Whitehead. Coming up after the break, it's the 2 players at the bottom of the group going toe-to-toe. It's Lee Evans up against Chaz Barstow.
Welcome back. Well, it is getting really interesting here at the end of Group A at the MODUS Super Series. It is Champions Week, and it is all to play for the biggest prize ever dished out, £20,000 going one player's way on Saturday night. And it could still be Conan Whitehead who gets through from this group. More on that in a moment when we look at the league table. But a 4-1 win for Whitehead does keep him in contention. We can confirm that. We've been looking through the maths, and he still has an outside chance. A 95.33 average, a brilliant demolition of Robert Owen, winning the game 4-1, and that is exactly what he needed to stay in business in terms of that race for the top, it turns out. Let's have a look at the league table, and I will explain why. Because Graham Hall is on 20 points, but faces Conan Whitehead in his final match. Now, if Whitehead were to win that match 4-0, then the leg difference would be level, but Conan Whitehead will be better off on legs won by 1 leg. However, Graham Usher, of course, also in contention. If he wins, he'd have a better leg difference than the pair of them. So it could be him finishing top. Graham Hall knows that all he needs to do is win, and he will top the group. Robert Owen now eliminated from that race and could end up in Group C, believe it or not, with the pair that are practicing behind me right now, Lee Evans and Chaz Barstow, who are both on big losing streaks. Chaz Barstow has lost his last 7 matches. Evans has lost his last 8, but his last victory did come against Chaz Barstow. He took out this 114 checkout in beating Barstow in his opening game of yesterday. Hasn't gone well for either player since then. One of them will carry on that losing streak. The other one will just be able to take a win and end it before they have a clean slate start tomorrow. Let's find out which way it goes with Henry and Mace.
Thank you very much, Murph. Well, that's got all the maths out of the way. I'm glad someone else did that. And, of course, Graham Hall has been beaten 4-0 today by Graham Usher. I think it would be unlikely, but who knows? Whatever happens, the match to follow this one is going to be exciting. Of course, opens the door for Graham Usher as well. If Conan gets any kind of win against Graham Hall, Graham Usher then beats Robert Owen, who was disappointing by his high standards last time out.
First. Game
Graham
on.
Usher, who falls off the 9-1 shock of the day.
You'll be keeping one eye on the practice board and one eye on the screen in that next match. For these two, they're trying to end a run of defeats. For Evans, it stretches back to game 1 of yesterday when he got the better of Barstow. Whilst for Chaz, his last victory came in game 5 of yesterday's session when he got the better of Graham Usher by 4 legs to 3, averaging 93.5. And for both of them, I think they just want to get this game played, get it done, get back to wherever they're heading to or staying at, and just focus on tomorrow morning.
Yeah, unthinkable that these guys have gone 7 and 8 games without a win, respectively. Unbelievable.
79.
I was a little bit anxious about tomorrow night after thinking about that. I'm petrified.
Going to be nightmares in your sleep this evening.
If I get any at all.
Just think about us when we're here tomorrow morning.
Fortunately, whatever happens, back to my day job.
Might be back with us potentially Saturday night. Or
well, yeah. Potentially, I like your ambition there, Henry. Thanks.
Someone's got to believe in you, mate.
Yeah, good man.
We will as well tell you who my guest co-commentators will be for those sessions very soon. Do keep your guesses coming in at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. And
95.
Barstow missing the double 15. We have some legends joining us for the next couple of days.
I was going to try and do like an anagram of the name of one of them, but remember that moment on Countdown where
9. He required 4.
Remember the one? It would be a bit like that. of all places to get it
No score.
get it that wrong.
Chaz requires 6. Game shot on the first leg. Chaz Barstow.
I'm not
Second,
even going
Chaz
there.
to throw first.
Should we get back to the darts?
180.
Because Barstow starts with a maximum.
$96.
Well, if we're going to see a 9, this would be the most likely juncture because the pressure is off the players.
137.
Talking of countdown off of that subject completely, of course, we do have the Octo Countdown Champion of Champions working in the darting industry in Kirk Bevins. I've got him a lovely little book here, which I'm waiting to give to him, a book about
96.
trains. He won it 14 times.
Our spotter today
100.
probably be lucky to get 14 points on countdown.
I actually spent a bit of time with him recently and was
85. Judge require 84.
and I was picking his brain on how he does it. And of course, he's like
Game
you,
shot on the second leg.
well educated.
Chaz Barstow.
He was actually a maths teacher, wasn't he? He's a maths graduate or whatever. And yeah, he was trying to explain it that left me the numbers side of it, which I thought, I'll get this bit. Nah. And then how he remembers words and does the anagrams is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, 'cause he does the one, doesn't he, where he it basically looks back at the numbers, doesn't he? And I think we're at basically we had a pen and paper, didn't we?
Yeah.
And he would, as Barstow gets in another max, that's his second of the game. And yeah, there'd just be a way he'd do the numbers, which just...
Yeah.
57.
Well, we mentioned about the levels in the locker possessed by Barstow.
44.
Well, prior to that 44, we were seeing an example of it because his average was in excess of 104.
58.
Just wondering now the arms relax, we're seeing the best from him. We mentioned this at the start of the game, didn't we? That, you know, if someone can finish here, and Barstow looks like on this occasion he's going to finish on a high, despite everything that's happened on the 3 days, they can at least have something to look forward to going into tomorrow and Friday.
Take some positivity. And a good performance here will do just that. But he does have that type of throw where he just cannot force it. It's just not that type of action.
Got to be natural.
Yeah. You've just got to rely on your feel. He's not an aimer, of course. He's a feel player.
85.
He's a thrower rather than an aimer.
$70.
That was dragged low, but he is going to return with Evans back on 213 for a 3-0 lead.
And this group has been fairly relentless.
57.
He got off to a bad start, and that sort of set the tone for him. He lost his opening 2 matches. Eventually picking up a win
15.
over Robert Owen with his
biggest
highest average so far of the week, a 93.85. And then he lost an edgy one, a real tight one against Graham Usher, full 3. Ended the day on a high, but then since then it's been a massive struggle.
And Chaz Barstow has saved his best for last in Group A. That's unlucky.
Aye, aye, aye.
Lee require 111.
And so he's going to get a dart, a double 16, and that would have lit up his darting blue touch paper, but it doesn't go, and Barstow returns to double 2.
Game shot on the third
And here's a
leg.
3-0 lead in next to no time at all for Chaz Barstow. Leg away from finishing his group campaign with a win. His first since game 5 yesterday.
140.
Well, the fluidity of the throw is there for all to see.
100.
3 scores are between a ton of 139, 2 140s, 2 180s.
100.
Lost his way in leg 3 on the doubles, of course. Managed to take a huge 17-point chunk out of his average. After 2 and a bit legs, it was sat on 104.
He can draw some confidence from this.
81.
Spells from this he can draw confidence from. He's going to have to work out the doubles. I mean, he came into this group with one of the lowest percentages on the doubles, 27%, which is lower than anybody else in the group. Lee Evans on 28.5 himself.
81.
So that's going to be the one area he's going to have to look at improving tomorrow, because the scoring's been fine. 91.80s going into today.
21.
Well, he stayed up and left himself a bogey. And he's just realised it. At least he's seeing the funny side of things.
It's easy to smile when you're 3-0 up, isn't it?
39. Yep.
Just double checking with Owen Binks. 82 remaining.
79. Lerock 150.
Well, he squared it up with a single two.
He's gone for the Whitlock.
98. Chaz
And why not?
That'd have been one for the highlight reel.
Tops for 4-0.
40.
And Evans
Lerock
has a chance
52.
still.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Lee Evans. Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. T2.
One thing I must do before I leave today is tidy up my, is it called a workstation for you?
For the educated ones.
Yeah. Is that what it is here? My workstation?
I mean, yeah,
49.
Yours is yours.
I mean, mine's not much better, but then I've probably been in the same seat for about
3 months.
yeah.
57.
You know, one of those people who have worked in the same job for about 25 years and their desk has never changed.
Well, I don't want the guest commentator coming in tomorrow and thinking bad of me.
13.
There's only about 20 plus pages of recycled paper I may.
57.
If Paul Nicholson walked into this room
Oh.
right now,
He'd have a panic attack, I'm sure.
he would be appalled at the state of this commentary box. He will be here on Saturday night, so we do need to
92.
clean it up.
$40.
Well, Lee Evans has just upped it the last leg and a half, hasn't he, a little bit?
Been inspired by
95.
pinching that leg 4.
96. Lerock 170.
The fish, and considering he went for 3 bullseyes in the last leg, you'd imagine he would have gone for it. And why not? Bill just have a bit of confidence going into
42.
tomorrow's session. Barstow could do with a couple of trebles here.
Well, what we Just thought
57. Leave record
Chaz was
128.
beginning to find some form. All gone a little backwards.
25. Chaz, you require
Well,
153.
This is very clever from our colleague Chris Murphy. Quite apt in the world of television.
40. Leave record
An anagram
103.
of Henry Deacon is needy anchor. It's not Cockney rhyming slang either.
Double 18 for 3-2. And that was needed by Lee Evans.
Certainly was.
But crucially, at this juncture,
See if it's Chaz to throw
Barstow
first.
has the darts.
Conan Whitehead going to be Graham Usher's anchor man in our next match.
59.
I can't believe he called me that.
I'm 139.
no good at anagrams in this. They've got four letters in them.
59.
We'll save that for a post-10 o'clock session then.
96.
He's got Barstow on the ropes here.
58.
And this will make Barstow feel 10 times worse. He had a dart for 4-0.
Yeah. Yeah, dart at tops off of 80.
58. 59.
Talking about anagrams. I wonder what anagrams you could get in Charlie's last name, Charlie Corstefine.
122.
You probably make a few words out of that on Countdown.
Big score on Scrabble.
134. He require 86.
To turn this game around, he's going to get one more at double 16.
Game shown the sixth flare.
And from 3-0 down,
Lee Evans.
Lee Evans has pulled off the tungsten comeback to take us to a deciding leg. And it is Evans who has the darts
Seventh and
in the
final leg,
seventh.
it's Lee to throw
We go the
first.
distance in this
Game
basement
on.
battle. Do stay with us because we've got two crucial games coming up after this. Conan Whitehead against Graham Hall. There's a really, really intriguing scenario which we will touch upon at the start of the next one. And
43.
if Whitehead gets a win, Graham Usher against Robert Owen could be a decider to see if Usher goes on to finals. Now, a win for Graham Hall, the last game, will effectively be a jostle for position.
26.
That'll be our last game in comms together this week, Mace.
Certainly will. You'll have your presenting
99.
hat on Saturday night, won't you?
Got the suit already.
Look at you presenting the final of Champions Week.
140.
It's not bad for the working spirits kid, is it?
Means you're getting all this time off school.
60.
Truancy does pay off every now and then.
Tell me about it.
30.
Charles Barstow here. One final little push.
134.
That's a great visit. He's down to a finish. It's a biggie. Got to be 18s.
44. Judge of 157.
To finish in style.
Treble 18. 212s. Perfect.
133.
Well, for both of these players, it was a case of try and get this game won to give yourself a bit of confidence going into Group C tomorrow. And Chaz Barstow has done exactly that. He claims victory against Lee Evans. Nice sporting handshake between the pair. They both know they're going to regroup and go again tomorrow on Friday morning. For Barstow, a 77.9 average, 2 maximums to his name, 4 from 16 on the doubles, and 84 high out. He's a victor against Evans by 4 legs to 3, but coming up after the break, Graham Hall can seal his progression into finals night on Saturday if he beats Conan Whitehead.
Welcome back. It's come to the crunch now in Group A. 2 matches left to play. 3 players still in contention, but it could be settled after this one. Before we preview the final 2 games, a quick look back at the previous one between the 2 players at the bottom. Chaz Barstow getting the better of Lee Evans. A 4-3 success for Chaz. His only win of the day. Lee Evans loses all his matches. Enough about that. We don't care about that. We want to look at the important matches at the top of the table, and it is Conan Whitehead against Graham Hall in this one. Now, as you can see, Graham Hall 2 points clear of the rest of the field, meaning if he wins this match, he will take top spot and qualify for finals night. But a win for Whitehead makes things interesting. He has to win 4-0 to top the group or have a chance of topping the group. If he does that, he'd be ahead of Graham Hall by 1 leg, 1 more. But of course, Graham Usher, who faces Robert Owen in the last match, could usurp them both because he has the best leg difference after smashing the field so far today. Well, Graham Hall is in that position because he held his nerve against Chaz Barstow in his previous match. 100 checkout in that last leg decider. Really showed why he has been top of the table from start, hopefully for him, until finish. But Conan Whitehead did manage to get the better of him yesterday, winning 4-3 after Hall had missed the ball to win the match. And maybe this is the one leg difference that could see Whitehead go top. So remember, a 4-0 win for Whitehead would see him top the group by 1 leg. If Hall wins, he's through. If Whitehead wins by any other scoreline, it's a chance for Graham Usher to top the table. Of course, Robert Owen in the last match still harbouring hopes of being in Group B as well. So all to play for in this last couple of games. And Henry, Chris, I know you were talking about anagrams and countdown and things like that, but we are going to have a conundrum resolved over the next half hour or so.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, it's quite simple for Graham Hall. Win and he is in to the final on the Saturday night here at the Super Series. Conan Whitehead needs to win and win big if he is going to harbour any ambitions of getting 2 days off and join Saturday night's Pompey Darty party.
Certainly will be some Darty party. I think we have a full house expected on Saturday night. We'll be knocking about one way or the other, as will all the guys.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
But which one of these two will be there? Well, Graham Hall with a win, as you said.
140.
Guaranteed. Conan Whitehead's dreams will still be well alive. He has to win 4-0.
100.
Wonder what Graham Usher's thinking at this present moment in time. Well, we know who he wants to win.
45.
What will be racing through the gambler's brain at this particular juncture?
Maybe a Conan Whitehead fan. They've met twice this week. Monday, it was a 4-2 win for Hall. Tuesday,
100.
revenge for the Barbarian, winning 4-3. There's no 4-0s either way. Not even close.
100.
Yeah, Graham Usher literally just praying for a Whitehead win. And then he still has work to do, of course, against Robert Owen.
100.
Which is not an easy tie to have last up.
No. And he will be tamping after his last performance
140.
against Conan Whitehead, going down 4-1.
Well, it's Conan who's got out the traps the better of the two. Well, he knew he had to because of the scenario at play, leaving 76 after 12 in this opening leg. Hall looking
59.
to put the pressure on and ease himself on 142. So 76 then for the opening leg. 16 and then tops.
Game shot in the
And there it is for Whitehead in 15
Conan
darts.
Whitehead.
Absolutely clinical in the opening leg. Now, if he gets a break here, he may start to think about
Graham
the
to throw first.
4-0.
Of course, one place in the finals at stake today. You can join us,
59.
but be quick as we are close to a capacity crowd. Dartshop.tv, the place to be, the place to go to get your tickets. And don't forget, we also have
98.
a night at the Darts in Portsmouth in December, courtesy of the Untouchables, the likes of Michael van Gerwen, Fallon Sherrock, Roman van Barneveld, Simon Whitlock, Vincent van der Voort, all in action on Friday the 9th of December at the Portsmouth Guildhall. Head to dartshop.tv to claim your tickets for Night at the Darts, courtesy of the Untouchables. And you'll see how some of those players' form guides are ahead of the World
60.
Championships.
Yeah. I should imagine that will be all their final events, or final appearances prior to going into the Worlds. And while you're at the dartshop.tv website, get your tickets booked up for the World Seniors in February at the legendary Circus Tavern. If you're a darts fan, you've not been there, it is well worth
85.
a visit. A lot of the lineup already announced, of course. Myself and Mark Durbridge, the new additions, Robert Thornton, Bill Taylor,
137.
Keith Deller, Trina Gulliver. Whole host of
140. Grammy required 40.
previous world champions, all going to be in action.
Game shot on the second leg.
And that is the
Graham
leg that ends it for Conan Whitehead.
Martin Adams, of course,
So like it's Conan
He
to
will
throw
also
first.
be there alongside John Part and many, many others. 9th to the 12th
121.
of February next year. Get yourself one of them VIP tickets and I might even let you buy me a pint.
85.
I might need one.
$83.
You spent any time with Martin Adams, Henry?
Spent a little bit of time with him at the lakeside
134.
when I did the WDF Championships. He was doing a bit of punditry work. No doubt we'll see him in a capacity sometime soon.
85.
No Merce spent a bit of time with him on comms as well that week.
$55. $98.
You just get the sense Conan's throwing a bit more freedom now. He kind of knows.
Yeah. Still giving it absolutely everything, though.
44. Only you record 114.
He's going to get 6 from 114 for a 2-1 lead. And this would be music to the ears of Graham Usher.
78.
Great last start. You could hear him say, go on. Leaving double 18 after 15. Average is very similar. 96.36 for Conan.
100. Conan, you require 36.
95.85 for Graham Hall.
Game shot on the third leg. Conan
What you got to
Whitehead.
remember is these two absolutely switched on for many reasons.
Fourth leg, it's
Obviously,
Graham
we
to
know
throw
Conan
first.
can't qualify now,
Game
but
on.
their paths may cross on finals night. And they just want to get the upper hand.
Also, victory would guarantee Conan Whitehead's place in
140.
Group B tomorrow night. It would actually end the discussion for the top 3 because Graham Usher's got such a sizable gap at the top on leg
60.
difference compared to Robert Owen that even victory for Owen in that last game would mean that he would be playing in the Thursday and Friday morning sessions. So he's probably the only player in the practice room hoping for a Graham Hall win.
100.
And at one point today, he was threatening to win the group.
100.
That's what's incredible about it.
Yep. All started for, well, the dream was ended for Robert Owen in that 4-1 defeat to Conan Whitehead.
91.
Well, my apologies, it was the 4-2 defeat to Graham Hall, of course. We
97.
missed the opportunity to lead 3-1.
Graham, you require 170.
2 darts. That has completely changed his group and changed the destiny for Graham Hall because that could be the 2 missed darts that may help him on his
58.
way to the final on Saturday.
Well,
112.
A win there would have totally changed the dynamics of the group as well, wouldn't it?
60.
Well, pretty much everyone would have been
Graham, you
back in
require
play, wouldn't they?
112.
Apart from Barstow and Evans. So 112 for Graham Hall to level us back up at 2 apiece. We'll stay there. Treble 20 for double 16. Move across to the 16s and will leave himself on double 12 with Whitehead back on 184, but he ain't going to be for much longer.
Got to come down.
122.
Does so with success to leave 62.
Graham require 24.
Puts a little bit of pressure on the 24, but one thing we have saw from Graham Hall, when he is under pressure, he finds the doubles. Usually, with his last
on the
start.
4 flag.
And yet again,
Hall.
a last start special from the G-Man.
5th leg, it's
2 legs away now
first.
from Saturday night, from the final, from the red carpet occasion. And the potential of winning £20,000, the biggest career payday of his career.
$61.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, caught the back of the stamp.
And we can't downplay it because for a lot of these
60.
players, Saturday night would be the biggest night of their darting career.
And potentially career changing. It gives them the freedom next season to really attack the ranking events.
180. 85.
Too much adrenaline coursing through the veins of Graham Hall. You could see his reaction after hitting the max on the previous visit.
Maybe the air is getting hot for Hall, who's looking to get through to Saturday night.
140.
Do you know the lyrics to that?
55. Conan, you record 160.
Might be on my playlist somewhere. Double 18 for Whitehead for 116.
Graham, you require 161.
60-51 ball, or 57-54 ball, whichever you fancy.
90. Conan, you require 36.
Double 18.
Game shot.
And Graham Hall's going to have to win both the remaining legs here. Otherwise, the gambler will be back in play.
This is getting spicy.
6th leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Graham Hall knows all about that, being from the Midlands.
100. 60. 134.
Excellent visit. When the pressure is on and you know everything's on the line.
41.
And you're up against it. 2 treble visits are like gold dust.
Oh, just finds a way. He did it against Barstow. Did it against Owen. All in the latter stages of this group when the pressure is at its most.
140. Graham, you record 127.
Oh, great first dart. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye. He won't go for the bullseye. Sensible play to leave tops after 12 to take us the distance. And boy, would you like to see a camera in the practice room now on the fate of Graham Usher.
Graham, you require 40.
Up tops for a level game. Is literally going to the wire. That is on the wire.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Graham Hall.
Another last start special.
Last dart, Graham.
7th and final leg. It's
The
Conan
race
to throw first.
for the Grahams
Game
to go
on.
through is going down to the very last darts. Whitehead has the advantage of throw in leg 7 of match 14. If he wins it, we will go to the final game of the group to decide who will be getting the first place at Champions Week finals night on Saturday evening. If Whitehead wins, it brings the gambler, Graham Usher, into play on 18 points, but a superior legs difference, so he would win the group via that metric. If Graham Hall wins this leg with a 140 start, he's got every chance to. He will go through. He would be 4 points clear of Usher with one
60.
game for the gambler left to play.
And not for the first time. And Graham Hall has been up against it, finds a 140, and Conan, who's hit 6 140s in the match,
57.
comes up dry in his opening 2 visits.
$60.
Unbelievable.
This could be the biggest throw of Champions Week so far. How he would crave a 2 treble visit. A treble, to be fair, at this juncture may do.
60.
But he comes up dry. He brings Whitehead back into play.
He needs a 2 treble visit minimum.
60.
Wow, that's incredible. 4 throws and not a single treble 20. 58, 60, 60 and 60 all around the lipstick.
Steps back and resets himself.
$40.
This is absolute pressure.
48.
You can feel the tension in the air. Both have got tight in this last leg, knowing the importance and the significance of it. A treble here would be massive for Graham Hall.
60.
Doesn't get it.
Poor old Graham Usher must be, well, pacing up and down like an expectant father.
90.
If he had any fingernails before,
Graham,
he
you
hasn't
require
now.
144.
Certainly have no soles left on his shoes.
To win the group, the 144 won't go, and so Whitehead will get an opportunity on the 125 to take us to the very last game of the group to
Conan, you
decide
require
the first spot in
125.
Champions Week. Gets the ball to 25. Oh, he's got the second bullseye. And by being perfect, he's presented Graham Hall with the opportunity. And he knows all about it, does the G-Man.
109.
And so this is for the first
Graham, you
spot
require 88.
in Saturday night's final. Graham Hall, 88 points away from the biggest starting night of his life. The bullseye
42.
doesn't go. Whitehead
Conan,
returns
you
for double
require
8
16.
to take us to the very last match. And Group A will go the distance as Conan Whitehead gets the better of Graham Hall by 4 legs to 3. You can see the despondency in the face of the G-Man, who will have to wait to see whether he's going to be the man in Group A. Conan Whitehead beats Graham Hall by 4 legs to 3, courtesy of an 85.9 average. Hall got the solitary max in the match. It was a tense affair. You could see what was at stake in that particular matchup. And so, after 44 matches, we are still no clearer as to who is going to progress through to Saturday night's final. We will know by the end of our final match of Group A. A win for Graham Usher will see him qualify. If Robert Owen gets the better of him, it'll be Graham Hall who books the first spot into the finals. Join us for the conclusion, the thrilling and gripping conclusion to Group A after this short break.
Welcome back to this thrilling finale to Group A here on Champions Week at the MODUS Super Series. It goes down to the last match because Conan Whitehead has just got the better of the so far immovable league leader Graham Hall. A 4-3 win in a really tense last leg that really did show the pressure the players were putting themselves under. Whitehead to secure his spot in Group B, which he's done. Hall to secure his spot at finals night, which he has not done yet, and Graham Usher is the man hoping to take it away from him. If we look at the group table, we'll see that already 2 players tied at the top on 20 points, but that better leg difference means Hall currently still in top spot, but 3rd place Graham Usher, who plays 4th place Robert Owen in the next match, with a win would go above the pair of them and take that place, winning the race in the end after Hall has been ahead at the end of every single round of matches so far. We did see Graham Usher earlier with a 1-3-6 checkout to beat Graham Hall, one of the matches which helped that very, very healthy leg difference of his. He's put in some excellent performances today, and I don't think anybody would be able to say he doesn't deserve it if he doesn't get through. Remarkable that Robert Owen will be playing in Group C. There's been such a gap between the top four and the bottom two, Lee Evans and Chaz Barstow. But Owen will be returning for the morning sessions on Thursday and Friday. Conan Whitehead will be in that Group B with Chris Mason et al. And it will be one of the Grahams that top the group and take that place at finals night on Saturday, and the chance to win the £20,000 first prize. So without further ado, let's see which Graham will go through. It is Usher against Owen, and it's match 45 of 45 that decides the destination of the place at finals night from Group A.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. And so it comes down to this. The very final game of Group A to decide who the first player through to Champions Night on Saturday will be. A victory of any description for Graham Usher will see him through and dispose of Graham Hall from that spot on Saturday night. Graham Hall had led the group pretty much from the get-go until the midway point of today's session. But here at the Super Series, it is a marathon and not a sprint. But Graham Usher is making a run for the line. But in his way, Robert Owen, who incredibly will be spending Thursday and Friday playing in Group C, is the man he has to get past if he is going to get that first ticket through to the red carpet occasion.
And Robert Owen was one a little earlier, was 60. On the cusp of looking like the favourite to win this Group A. How things can change, and Graham Usher goes on these incredible runs. He did it before in our previous venue, and he's doing it here now. When was what's he on, an 8 or a 9 game winning run?
He hasn't lost since Game 7 of yesterday,
60.
Where he lost 2.
Graham Hall?
Indeed he did, and that was a game where Graham Usher had the lead in as well.
Yeah, he was dominating proceedings.
123.
Long periods of the match. Well, this would be some way to pay back.
105.
He started the day, Graham Usher, as a 9-1 chance to win the group.
Did say himself and Robert Owen way too big.
123.
Already looking to dominate proceedings.
60. Grammy record 44.
It's quite simple.
Game shot the first leg.
And Usher is our first player through to Saturday night's £20,000 to the winner final.
So it's Robert to throw first.
Have the opportunity to have 2 days rest. He can make his plans for the finals. He can see which family and friends will be coming down to see him, because it would be the biggest starting night of his life, and he is trying to run his way towards that occasion. Quarter-finalist at the World Masters in 2019. That's his biggest moment of his career so far. If he won the Super Series, it would be the biggest title of his career, bar none.
60.
Financially, he probably picked up about 50 quid for that run to the quarters.
$100.
And a set of darts as well, I expect.
100.
Was that absolute calamity at
That was the redraw one, wasn't it?
the redraw one? Yeah, my goodness.
91. Grammy record 161.
I think John O'Shea still has the trophy, doesn't he?
Believe so, yeah.
63 scores 98.
Beat Scott Waits in that final back in 2019 in Purfleet.
Robert, you record 170.
The big fish for Owen. That's just going to return for 2-0. Will he go straight forward or will he split, I wonder?
34. Grammy record 38. Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
right.
Graham Usher.
And you can do that, why not?
Well, he's
Delegates
done that
Graham to
in the
throw
space
first.
of 30 darts. A 2-0 lead. 2 out of 2 on the doubles. And if you're wondering whether he was feeling the
100.
pressure of this particular moment, there is your emphatic answer.
What pressure? What pressure makes diamonds, of course.
98.
This has been a diamond performance so far.
83.
Buy a nice diamond with 20 grand. Ask a couple of my ex-wives.
180.
Pay for the Super Series team meal.
95.
Just.
Yeah. I wonder when we're going to have our Christmas do.
59.
Have to be a Sunday. It's the only day we get off.
100.
I don't think
Robbie,
we'll be fit for much on the Monday, though.
164.
Another one of them. We'll have to go to that
136,
A-Cash restaurant, I
123.
think.
Well, he's grafting away here, Robert Owen.
91.
He's
Robbie
far from
required
rolling
28.
over.
Game shot on the
Gonna
third
make
leg.
Graham Usher
Robert Owen.
work for the win. 98 the average for Usher. 91.53 for Owen.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Robert with the break back. Who has the honour in leg 4.
Back-to-back 13 dart legs.
140.
Showing the standard right up until the very last dart here in Group A. A reminder
100.
of how the groups will stack up then going into the rest of the week. We know the field for Group C. It's going to feature Gavin Carlin, Josh Payne, Peter Jakes, that man there, Robert Owen, who's going to be a real eminent danger, Chaz Barstow and Lee Evans. We still
100.
are waiting to see who we are going to see in Group B. We know 4. We know most of the identities. We know Chris Mason, Kieran Tian, Darryl
65.
Pilgrim. We know Conan Whitehead is going to be there. Graham will be there. We can inscribe that, but will it be Hall or Usher? That is the question we are trying to answer here.
116.
116. A possible 12 darter and a level game. Just when Usher looked like he was going to run away with it. Owen potentially here with back-to-back 13 dart legs is going to level
100.
proceedings. And
Robbie
now the
required
pressure
40.
will build on the ample shoulders of Graham Usher.
2 10s.
Game shot on the
For
fourth
2-2.
leg.
And it
Robert
is a
Owen.
best of 3 to decide who goes through and claims the first
Fifth leg,
spot
it's
at
Graham to
Champions
throw
Night.
first.
Usher has the advantage of throw in this pivotal 5th leg. If he gets broken here, it could be all over.
95.
He gets the throw in 2 of the final 3 legs. A huge advantage.
100.
And I think maybe Robert Owen, who doesn't have the weight of expectations, perhaps as dangerous an opponent you could have been given for a
137.
game of this magnitude.
Yeah, sure. Stayed in.
99.
Just about keeping in touch. It's got to come out.
100.
What a time for a miscount, and you could see it on his face. Head in hands.
93.
He's got away with it. But he knows that could have cost him so dearly.
99.
He makes some use of the reprieve.
A big visit from Owen, and he could have paid the price. Something at the very top level you've got to put right. Got to come down.
80.
And does
Grammy
with some
records
success.
70.
Just look at the games that De Souza has been cost through. Some bad counting.
54. Robert, you record 129.
Treble 19 leaves 72. That leaves 110. Treble 20 and ball.
57. Graham
Won't feel
requires
so bad
16.
that the ball didn't go in.
Game shot on the
And Graham
fifth
Usher
leg.
is a
Graham
leg
Usher.
away now from qualification. Both of the Grahams have been within one leg of making it through
Robert to throw
to
first.
Champions Night. The ball is now in the gambler's court. Graham Hall can only watch in the practice room and hope that Robert Owen pulls off a comeback. Darts like that will make him feel a little bit better. He's probably hiding underneath some table and chairs somewhere, awaiting the conclusion of this.
95.
Again, another example of the wonderful integrity shown by the players here. Robert Owen playing for nothing more than
66.
pride.
$100.
You would forgive him for maybe being a little disappointed
100.
that he's found himself in this position, and incredibly in
100.
Group C.
$83.
Frightening to think that Robert Owen has ended up the
60.
fourth
Require
best player of
131.
this group.
Staggering.
$57. Graham, you require 146. $94. Robbie requires 74.
To level things up at 3 apiece. There's the 42. Can he find the 32?
Game
There's
shot
your
the sixth
answer.
flag.
So Graham
Robert
Usher
Owen.
in a one-leg shootout to top Group A and be in
Seventh and
Saturday
final, it's
night's
Graham to throw
big
first.
money final.
And so the first spot will go down to the final leg of the 45th game of Group A. And Graham Usher
180.
kicks off Max in a leg in which he wins. He's in the final. And that's a bounce out for Owen.
Well, nickname him
40.
Usher the Crusher after that. 180. It may have crushed the hopes
96.
of Graham Hall.
How about this for Rapos? How about this for the final leg?
180.
How about this for darting drama? Has to head down for the ball. He's miscounted
60.
again. And this time it could cost him dearly.
Oh, especially if he'd have found a
45.
couple of treble 20s, but again, Usher has not paid the price.
95.
He's 70 points away on Saturday night and the
78.
chance to be a part
Requires 70.
of the big occasion. One dart at tops
30.
has come and gone.
Robert, you
Going to be
require
part of history, isn't he? The
158.
first champion of champions in the MODUS Super Series.
84. Graham, you require 40.
Double top for Graham Usher. And the
Game shot
gambler
of the
has
match.
played
Graham
his trump
Usher.
card, and he is the first man into Champions Night here at the MODUS Super Series. He gets the better of Robert Owen by 4 legs to 3. He was a 9-1 shot with the bookmakers before the day began. He has defied the odds to qualify for Saturday night's final, courtesy of a 94.91 average. There was 5 maximums in that match. Graham Usher, 4 from 8 on the doubles. Both players were 50%, but it is the gambler who gets himself through to Saturday night's final. Commiserations to Graham Hall, who has played superbly over 3 days, but it wasn't to be for him. 20 points plus 12 on the legs difference. As you can see,
on your screen now. So Graham Usher tops the group from Graham Hall and Conan Whitehead. Positions 2 and 3 will make their way into Group B tomorrow evening. They will join Chris Mason, Kieran Tian and Daryl Pilgrim there. For Robert Owen, Chaz Barstow and Lee Evans, they will make their way into Group C. They're going to be joined alongside Gavin Carlin, Josh Payne and Peter Jakes. But for Graham Usher, it's an opportunity for him to relax for 2 days and look forward to one of the biggest darting nights of his life. He is through to the grand finals of the MODUS Super Series, and we can get reaction from him now. He is up on the balcony speaking to Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Maybe relax for a couple of days, but not sure how relaxed you felt during that one. First of all, congratulations, but just try and sum up in words your day today.
Just came knowing that I had to win all 5 to have a chance to top the group. Graham Hall played well for 2 days. All the way through, it's been a really tight group. No one's really pulled away and had that comfort. So when Conan beat Graham, I knew I was going in there, so I put a little bit more pressure on it, but glad to get it done.
Do you think that some of the results that you got early in the group kind of put you under pressure because you were putting in good performances? I think it was yesterday, wasn't it? 3-4, 3 defeats in your first 3 matches.
Yeah, yesterday I thought the first 3 games I played really well. You know, averaging over 90, one I had 100 average, but the luck just wasn't there. This time I played the same, I think, or as well as, and you need a bit of luck, and I had a bit of luck today. You know, I feel for Graham Hall. He's down there. He is gutted, but obviously I'm here for one person. That's myself, unfortunately. So yeah.
Knowing that you do get another chance in this tournament, does that take the pressure off a little bit, so it's not as intense? It certainly looked pretty intense up there, but does it
it's nice to get it done and know that you're going into Champions Week, the finals on the Saturday. Yeah, you know, you've got a little bit more of a leeway that you know, going in the evening in session and thinking, well, you know, 3 places out of 5, but you just want to get it done. You do. You want to get it done.
Yeah, this week in particular as well, because there's so much to play for.
Definitely.
And we saw that in your reaction at the end of that match. You really let it out.
Yeah, I'm not really a big sort of celebrator. I just sort of do my stuff and come off, but it was just relief, and it was getting really tense in there with sort of the 2 games to go. It couldn't have been better set up, really.
What is the plan for you between now and Saturday?
Sleep. Yeah, just chill out. I'll have a little look around Portsmouth, and I might come down tomorrow afternoon and just support some of the lads and things. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to go home now and relax. It's been a bit busy week, so.
Well, you've earned it, certainly have, and we look forward to seeing you there. Congratulations. We'll take a look at the bracket for the group for the remainder of the week. Thanks, Graham.
Thank you.
Graham's name up there as the winner, and he is straight through to finals night on Saturday. In Group C, on the right-hand side, Chaz Barstow, Gavin Carling, Josh Payne, Lee Evans, Peter Jakes and Robert Owen. And in Group B, I'll start from the bottom, Graham Hall, Daryl Pilgrim, Conan Whitehead, Kieran Tian and Chris Mason. And as if by magic, he's alongside me now. Before we go into your rest of week, just speak about the last few days. All came down to the last match. Incredible.
Yeah, you couldn't make it up. You couldn't script it like that. It was just incredible. And that 180 in the deciding leg of that match to decide who topped the group, well, the battle of the Grahams, wasn't it? But yeah, got a feel for Graham Hall. It's hard to separate. The top 4 have been absolutely outstanding. There was a point today where, you know, it could have been any one of the 4, and that's just testament to how well all 4 have played. Disappointment for Barstow and Evans, but trust me, they'll bounce back well tomorrow.
Is that what it came down to? Just nerve? Because if you contrast the last leg from Graham Hall to the one we saw from Graham Usher, it was very different. Yeah,
and you know, they're both experienced on the floor, but you know, as we always say, you 4 foot off the ground and under the lights. It's a completely different environment, and just Graham Hall tightened, whilst Graham Usher just seemed to blossom under the pressure, and he's done that a lot. But in fairness, so has Graham Hall. The amount of last start shots and the amount of times when he was trailing 3-1 and he produced some of his best starts. So it was just one of those things. It just, maybe the moment just got to him, but it was just an outstanding finish.
Yeah, really fitting for Champions Week. I can't let you go, Chris, without talking about the week ahead. Of course, you will be in action tomorrow and Friday evening in Group B. 3 from 5 go through. So without putting pressure on, Chris, you've got more chance of getting through than not, haven't you?
Yeah, thanks for that. It wasn't until I looked at that group and I just sort of reading through the names. Yeah, listen, these guys are full-time players. I'm gonna be right under it. But you know, listen, I was chuffed a bit to win last week and have a little taste of what it's actually like to stand up there and play under pressure. And it just gives me a bit more insight, and at least I'll get a feel of Champions Week as well going forward. So it's all good in commentary terms. Just to experience it just gives me a different idea of the pressures the players go through.
It'd be nice to be out there again on Saturday, though, wouldn't
it? In front of that crowd that we had last Saturday, it was incredible, and it's looking like we're going to have another full house on Saturday night.
Well, let's see Chris Mason in action on Thursday and Friday evening when Group B gets underway. That's live from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and the Modus Super Series channel. Same place, but an earlier time for Group C, which Robert Owen remarkably finds himself in. That gets underway from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. But in Group A, it is glory for Graham Usher. We'll see you tomorrow.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill. The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.